We're back to okay. Let's see whether or not I can actually talk tonight. First off, I gotta hit the unhost button. I'm trying something new here. So during our our preamble, I'm gonna try and sort out the details. But we're gonna be back to Industries of Titan. And I'm actually trying something new as far as broadcasting is concerned. So I've noticed an unfortunate tendency for the. Sorry, I'm trying to fiddle around with the mobile app right now. Okay. Cool. It looks like we've got quality options. Um, But yeah, so I've noticed a really unfortunate trend on my computer where if I open Chrome, um, it produces, I'm assuming, some kind of memory leak. Although, I mean, it's Google, right? So you'd think that that sort of stuff wouldn't happen. But basically, within probably 24 hours, all of the available RAM gets taken up. Now the thing is that like all of my Twitch setup and all of that is set up inside of a Chrome tab, and so whenever I go live and whenever I tweet, I'm using that browser, and then even if I close it down, it seems to be that starts sort of the cascade to ultimately lead me to a point where I need to reset. And right now, I have a virtual machine which is getting a lot of game data right now. And I mean a lot. And unfortunately, I didn't put any kind of little save inside of that loop. So I'm just letting this thing chug along. It's probably been running for about a day now. And that's not what's causing the memory problem, by the way. This is something special I'm doing. But, I realized I didn't put that save in until after it'd been running for a while. So I'm sort of sitting here really hoping that I'm able to at least save the state of the virtual machine before I need to reset the computer. I've already actually had a lot of work lost once under similar circumstances. So apparently I just don't learn my lesson. But with that in mind, I wanted to, oh, that's interesting. They've already put in an update to appears from an earlier version. Yeah. I'm going to do my... This is the thing I was trying to avoid by doing this game 2 days in a row. I'm going to try continuing this save, but keep in mind that all bets are off. Pretty much any of the challenges that I run into are because I have willingly decided to use a previous version of the game. Anyways, we're not quite ready for that yet. So anyway, yeah. I don't know if the quality options are enabled yet. If somebody can let me know if I have those, that would be great. Suffice to say, there is a process running in the background which I really hope survives until the end. But I was trying something different. I think I was able to successfully tweet and set up the stream, and life is good? Question mark. But needless to say, I have been really looking forward to coming back to Industries of Titan. If you're watching on YouTube, again, thank you for doing that, but it is always a little tedious to watch me on YouTube because I have my little preamble. I will try to make sure it's no longer than 10 minutes, so in 6 minutes you should start seeing some gameplay. And it is always good to mention right off the top that I was given a key for Industries of Titan from Brace Yourself Games, also Phantom Brigade, but I only need to mention the one that I'm currently playing. I actually think it's really cool that they are willing to. As some of you know, that sort of one of the unfortunate side effects of this year, for me at least, has been a shift in terms of who is and isn't giving me keys. And this is one of the things that's actually really important to point out. It hasn't been negative, universally negative. There have actually been some very cool people who have reached out and they are some games that fit really well. And as a result, I've kind of got to know these developers a little bit better. I've been able to play some stuff I never would have paid attention to before, and so opportunities come along as well as some of the things that are lost. But it is worth mentioning. I mean, Brace Yourself Games is not a nobody company, right? I think most people have probably heard of Crypt of the Necrodancer, and this game is I'd say this game is pretty well anticipated. I'd say between it and Phantom Brigade, I think probably more people are aware of Industries of Titan. So I was a little surprised to be offered the key. I'm very grateful for it, and I hope that it seems definitely when the game first came out, there were a lot of people who wound up picking up the game off of that first batch of streams. And it definitely looks like there's still a few people who are sort of testing the waters and deciding whether or not the game is for them. So it's, of course, the reason why I'm continuing to stream it. I really like it. And I really hope that Brace Yourself is able to sort of build up a community of people who really appreciate their game. But as always, my interest in the game may not necessarily be yours. What kind of game is this? Roger Dodger, it's basically a city builder / sim. I'll be jumping into it in a few minutes to show you exactly what it's like. But I do need to get the preambles out of the way, of course. But yeah, with that in mind, as much as I hope for the best for the game, and there isn't any money that's changed hands, but it is worth mentioning that I have been given a key from the developer to promote the game. And then, of course, for those of you that do wind up buying the game, again, I don't know how much longer I'll have it, but I do currently have an affiliate link through Epic, where if you use the creator tag SystemChalk, I do get a portion of the revenues towards it. Now, obviously, you either need to use one of my affiliate links or you need to manually put that in at checkout, so you have a little bit more control over that particular financial interest. But again, if you feel that my recommendation is going to be colored by those particular interests, you should probably know those up front. So it wasn't the full 10-minute mark. I don't think there's a whole lot for me to say. I've got a very busy weekend up, but I'm going to try and make sure that I have another episode of Morrowind recorded, as well as some of the other YouTube VOD stuff that I do. I'm actually really not sure whether it'll be Industries of Titan or Phantom Brigade next week, or if I'll try and do a little bit of both. But we know that on Monday we'll be continuing on with Age of Wonders Planetfall. And, actually, this is one thing that was a little surprising and unexpected. For those of you that are fans of Brace Yourself games, I was watching Clark Tank today, and they actually talked about Ryan, the founder of Brace Yourself Games, talked about the article that I did for Kitfox Games on their wishlist valuations, which I thought was very nice of them, because I think probably people who follow my stuff know that I do find it difficult to get my stuff out there, whether it's streaming or particularly my writing, which I like doing, but I know is probably one of the less popular things that I do. So it was really nice to have that work appreciated, and obviously by somebody who really knows what they're talking about. So I'm sure I will, I'm not going to be someone like Lars who does Game Data Crunch, or even Jake Burkett is very influential in terms of the analysis he's done. And these are people who also make games, right? So they carry the expertise as well as the experience as well as the expertise in terms of data. But it was nice to have a small contribution to the conversation recognized. So that's just a nice little warm fuzzy that I had from Brace Yourself Games. They're actually still streaming right now, but I did want to get my thing underway. So Roger Dodger, just a heads up, I'm actually going from a save that I did on Wednesday, and it looks like the game has been updated since then. So there might be a couple of bugs with where I'm at, but this is going to be in basically a level which I've already done some development. I'll try and explain where things are, and if you have any questions about the game that'll help you sort of understand what the heck is going on, please just speak up in chat, and I'm sure actually probably people who are maybe seeing it for the first time will have the same questions. But as I learned from TAing economics, there's not every... Sometimes someone will raise their hand, and if someone's raised their hand, chances are 10 other people had the same question and didn't want to raise it. So, Codex, some companies come to Titan because their business produces such dangerous waste they can't operate anywhere else. And an appropriate image. Okay, so we've got a few details here. In this game, you start off with a headquarters. You fill it with different tools of commerce and industry. Probably the main thing we've been concerned about has been generating enough fuel to power our generators. Our generators will be powering things like our defensive structures as well as the rest of our industry. The main resources you have in the game are credits, minerals, isotopes, and then waste is more of a byproduct rather than a resource. But basically, as I mentioned, it's a city. I'd say it's a city builder sim. For the simple reason that obviously now we've been getting a lot of really interesting sims like Factorio or Satisfactory. Dwarf Fortress probably falls under this category as well. Essentially, it's a lot of games about building things and particularly building systems that achieve these great feats or these great tasks and objectives. So. My original impression of this game when it first came out into early access was that it was sort of to city builders what Into the Breach was to turn-based tactics, sort of a very stripped down and very focused sort of smaller version of these very sort of big, expansive simulations. But it seems that impression was very wrong, that this game really is developing out its systems. So they've added roads. Eventually they're going to be adding the logistics in terms of getting the fuel to the energy. Looks like there's going to be factories that get set up right now. Workers sort of move everything around, assuming that it's not on a truck. But apparently there'll be things like conveyor belts added and whatnot. But probably the biggest thing that they've added has been the shipbuilding. So now you have combat is more than just building a turret and firing it at the bad guys. You actually can have your own ships that you're sending out to defend yourself. Now, one of the things that comes up in this game is there are rebel camps. Now, at the end of last stream, we found our first one. So we got a homeless camp sitting right here, and looks like one of the rebels sitting right there. So these people are a threat to our business on Titan. This is probably like one of the best names for a video game ever. Industries of Titan is an incredibly clever name, and I'm never going to get tired of saying that. So you're playing the founder of sort of this startup on a moon of Saturn, Titan. Actually, there was an article recently that said that apparently Titan is the most likely candidate for human colonization, I think, which is interesting. It might be exactly why they chose it, or it could just be that it's such a good name that it doesn't even matter if it wasn't the best candidate. It's one that you gotta talk about no matter what. There's definitely a cyberpunk aesthetic to the game, but essentially, you have your plot. And there are rebels that are going to try and destroy the wonderful company that you're building. And you want to avoid that. So what we've done to set ourselves up for defense, we've got a level 3 defensive turret here. I'm going to turn that on when the enemies get closer. We're currently upgrading another defensive turret. I don't think we're going to be able to have this thing ready to go in time. I am, however, going to claim... So I get 6 isotopes or 2. This generates a lot of waste. You know what? I'll go for the higher isotopes. I use isotopes to upgrade my defense turret, so if we can get this thing to level 3, I kind of want to swing for the fences and see if we can pull it off. But in addition to so we've got a never-ending stream of enemy attacks that are sort of on the way. The next one's going to be coming in 6 minutes once I start unpausing the game, and the way that we can stop the enemy attacks is by finding the bases and clearing them out. And we'll do that, of course, by expanding our control area, which is basically we build command centers and move out. So we found one of the rebel bases. We're going to be expanding out to be able to take them out. But I'm going to have to deal with a rebel attack first. And then as you can see, I've just been building out some logistics to be able to take advantage of this isotope node. We've also found a mineral node here, and so I want to be able to build some infrastructure to basically make sure I've got a steady stream of minerals and isotopes, and then of course more importantly the infrastructure in place to defend them. And that's going to be basically what we're doing this stream. The only other thing that I want to mention is that because of this imminent enemy attack, I do want to be considering some more defensive measures. So I am going to go to the spaceport. We did a whole... Oh, sorry, not the spaceport, the shipyard. I am going to try building a defense, something to defend the city with. Now, I do have a few considerations that I wouldn't normally be. So, one, this thing has to be built within 6 minutes. Two, I actually currently have my residents buried under garbage and a relatively small workforce. So the other thing that I need to keep in mind is that I may not be able to staff the ship as kind of completely as I normally would want. So I'm debating as to whether or not I want to build a level 3 ship, just this monstrous behemoth, or if I should maybe punt and do either another level 1 or build a level 2 ship. And sort of conserve the resources, both workers and minerals. I think what I'm going to do is try for a level 2 ship. It's easy for me to like build these monsters, but I think in this case, let's try and understand our tools a little bit better before I go further. So let's just see. So max speed I could be looking for is 13.33. My slowest speed would be 10. Comparing that to my Goshawk, that's 1667. So the Osprey would be moving about as fast as the other. The layout's a little funny because, well, I might be able to fit stuff in there. The Heron actually does look like a... Okay, you know what? I'm gonna try building the Osprey. So a misprint in the original manual that left out pages 31 to 39 resulted in nobody being sure what half of the dashboard dials actually did for years. So we'll pick this hull. This is going to take 45 seconds to build on its own. I'm not going to prioritize it, so we'll unpause now and watch the city spring to life. You can see all my workers working now. I've already set a whole bunch of priorities in terms of construction. So you'll notice there's little numbers up here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, so on and so forth. It's very unlikely that they're going to get around to building the ship in time. That's one of the reasons why I went for one of the lower quality ships. By the way, you'll notice the guys aren't using the ramps. It's still early access, right? Oh yeah, I also forgot I can hit the right mouse button and move around. I don't need to have I don't need to press the keys. And then of course I've got them extracting resources from the ruins. So again, the likelihood of the ship actually being built in time, somewhat low, but I don't want to eliminate it as a possibility either. There is something of an argument for me trying to move a road closer to the shipyard, but I really don't want to have to worry about that. You know, it would have been better for me to... Let's cancel that. And let's... Oh, that's nasty. Oh, right. No. We got the claim anyway. Okay, so it still makes sense to salvage. But yeah, I was just noticing this is level 2 ruins, so this probably would have made more sense to salvage. But that's fine. We'll work with what we've got. There is an option to speed things up. I just want to take a quick minute and watch where it's going. Now, I was talking about the simulations inside of this game, so let's take a look at some of the systems as represented in the overlay. So we can hide all the overlays and just admire the wonderful graphics. I should actually mention that the voxel art style... I'm always bad at remembering. I think it's Antoine is the artist's name. Anyways, so it's Sir Kama on Twitter, and I believe Brace Yourself reached out to him as a result of this sort of this voxel art that he was putting out on Twitter. So this is an example of someone who is making some very popular art that resulted in people sort of appreciating the work. I'm gonna just make sure there's bodies inside of my turrets. You know, for 3 minutes, I know it's gonna cut me. It's gonna cut my. Oh, that's draining the battery. Okay, we'll disable that till the last minute then. I did not think we were pulling that much juice. I guess it makes sense, though, because I've got another turret. Oh, 24? We're not going to have enough isotopes for sure. Anyways, so I think it's kind of cool that there was this sort of recognition of talent and the ability to find, a way to incorporate it in a game. Oh, that's interesting. Um, Yeah, they haven't even started building that ship. But yeah, so I don't know. It's just really encouraging to me to see something like that happen online. To have this really popular art suddenly find a sort of a home in terms of a project. Obviously, it's a very distinctive look, and this game, is a lot of fun to sort of. I mean, okay, it's a cyberpunk world, so nobody actually wants to live in a cyberpunk world. Everybody thinks they're a badass street samurai, but I know I would be a corporate wage slave. But visually, as someone who owns this, I obviously think it looks beautiful, and I've created a utopia. So at the moment, we're just kind of waiting for the attack. We know it's pretty unrealistic to expect that that we're going to have any reinforcements. So personally, my hope is that the attack is going to be concentrated around my level 3 defensive turret. And this is because I'll be able to reinforce with my my ship. Second best would be that my ship is able to hold the fort long enough for my for sort of the reinforcements to come in. Now, this will be the third attack, so it's possible that there are 3 ships that are on their way. The most dangerous attack is going to be one that targets my fuel silo or fuel turbine, because those things go up like a Roman candle when you hit them. I think I can probably buy some influence. This is another thing I forgot to mention, that basically the council owns Titan. You buy tiles from the council, and you do that using influence. So in this case, I'm wasting energy to build a monument to the council, just as a recognition that I know who my paymasters are. Okay, so we're going to start doing a little bit of a battery drain. This is not the end of the world. I've got quite a bit of I got quite a bit in reserve, but obviously I don't want to have both of these turrets live the whole time. In fact, I'll hit call to arms just to verify. I suppose if I was worried about energy, who would I want to turn off? I guess I could turn off something like the smokestack, but anyways, the attack's on its way, so let's see where the ships come from, and we'll form a strategy. Like I said, anybody who comes into here, it's sort of my optimal circumstance. Of course. Oh, that's a big one too. So the Rainbreaker is going to be heading straight towards my industry. This was the nightmare scenario, so we need to get people there as soon as possible. Actually, let's I'm going to hold off. I'm going to try and... Oh no, he's going after the pylon. Okay. So in an emergency, I can bury this thing. So if you want to watch the combat, you can actually see your people do that. We've got a couple of medium strength weapons. So actually, as far as weapon strength is concerned, it looks like they're firing the same stuff. Looks like they actually got a good hit on our lasers. So we're going to be relying on our turret to deliver the counterattack. I suppose this is the danger of me putting my two lasers close to each other. But as you can see here, we're doing okay as far as the health is concerned. So I am a little worried though that, yep, there's the other one. So I'm not too worried about the Unity. The Unity is going to come crashing down onto my shipyard though. So it's really cool to watch these things blow up. So nice lighting effect on all of the cities. All right, so we're going to send them straight after the Unity. I don't think there's any way for me to kite them. So again, the shipyard's probably going to wind up taking some hits. But I believe we will survive this. I believe we'll survive this attack without too much difficulty. And as you can see, there's some side effects for that. Now I believe, so first thing we can do is cancel the alarm, but I believe in HQ you can do a repair all, so in this case I don't need to worry about manually assigning that. Now, I found out a couple of different ways that you can do repairs. What I'm going to do right now is disable this laser. So this guy's just going to go off and do as many repairs on the ship as he can. However, you can also repair the hull of the ship, and you do that inside of the shipyard. But I am going to be taking advantage of the... Okay, good. The 2 defense turrets are off. I am going to be doing that... I'll be taking care of that after this gets built. And obviously this is not a priority right now. Also, I have the nice advantage that we are going to be getting a few more isotopes in a minute, so I will be able to upgrade this to a level 3 turret, which means that the threat that we were facing before isn't quite as dangerous. Of course, the big challenge here is I would also like to upgrade this mine so that I can put more bodies and get more isotopes out of it. But right now the storage is full. We're waiting for the logistics to be in place, so it's not as critical as in terms of my priorities at the moment. Here, I'd really just like kind of the existing tasks to be taken care of. Also, these roads don't really mean a whole lot. I am interested in the fact that the rebels did wind up attacking the road, because it means that there is actually a point where I'm weak, which is this little bridge here. It's very hard for me to get material from the isotope node. And in fact, so far as I can tell, there's no way for me to make a loop. There's no sea travel, no lake travel. You can't drive through the isotope node. So this is really the only place where I can get a proper trucking route. And these roads are ultimately going to be for the mineral node, but that's maybe less of a priority. Wow, we're sitting on a lot of influence. Okay, so I should be thinking about my next few steps in terms of, well, one, energy plants and related. I should be thinking about my workforce, and then I should also be thinking about how I expand to get my mineral node, because we're doing okay for minerals now, but that's not going to last forever. So first thing, conversion centers. They don't cost a lot in terms of isotopes, and I think it's high time that I bolstered my workforce. So I'm gonna combine these folks. At some point, this residential area will get cleared out, but I have no idea when. And it's very clear from the fact that when I turn on these defense turrets, I have actually there's one other consideration. Alright. Yeah, we've got as many bodies as we can as far as workers are concerned. Okay. Did you just give up on repairing, my friend? What happens if I get your friend to do it? Okay. So I'm going to send this to the shipyard for repairs when the time comes. I am going to make these a priority as well. Again, when everything's a priority, nothing's a priority, but I really do have these conflicting goals. Now, again, it is desirable for me to start clearing out the rebel camps. Hey, how you doing, Uncle Cranky? Have you seen me play Industries of Titan before? I feel like you were here the last time we were playing this, but I'm losing my mind as far as detail. There was, I think it was No Name, if I'm not mistaken, very kindly resubbed. They're a long-time resub. I think they've been subbed to the channel for a little over 2 years. And the thing was, theirs is a name that I've seen on the list of subs before, but I also, I also remember that there's a couple of long-standing viewers who have changed their names on me. I couldn't remember if No Name was the one who changed the name, so I probably sounded just incredibly insincere in thanking them. But yeah, I'm starting to. I think the hard drive's getting full. So you feel like you've seen me play this love letter to The Sims at some point. Well, it is a simulation game, so it's actually really funny to me to try and explain what this game is to people, which I realize is terrible as a content creator, right? Like Brace Yourself is kind enough to give me a key to this to hopefully, show people who are interested in this kind of game whether or not it's for them. And I turn around and say, I'm not really sure what to call this. I'm obviously hamming it up a little bit. But, there's the city build. So I think the biggest thing for me was that I clearly misunderstood where the emphasis for the game was originally. But I would definitely say that this is very much following in sort of the trend of these really good and fairly deep simulation games where you're given a whole bunch of systems to interact with. I think what I like the most about this one in particular, so I actually quite like complicated games. Uncle Cranky knows from me being in his chat that I will always refer to Command Modern Operations. Actually, Tyler Sigmund put out a tweet about Old Testament game dev and New Testament game dev, and I was just thinking that if games were to be gods, Command Modern Operation is an Old Testament god, one with a lot of rules and no mercy, which is not the point Sigmund was making. So it's probably that happened to be what I was thinking when I read that tweet. I tend to like really meaty and really complicated games to play around with. But what I think is so enjoyable about Industries of Titan, when I take a look at the roadmap. I don't think I can access it from the pause menu now that I think of it. But looking at the roadmap for the game, it's so clear how much stuff is going to get added inside of the game. And yet I feel that this game has never lost sight of the fact that it is still a game. It is still something that... Oh, this is why it's taking so long, because there's a bunch of waste there. That makes complete sense now. But yeah, so there may be complicated systems. There might be a lot of simulation in terms of populations and whatnot. Here's a good example. I started going down, all of the different menus, and then the attacks sort of came in, so I stopped talking about them. There's pollution, which right now we haven't generated because nobody's working in the smokestack, but the rain falling will cause the pollution to go down. They really do have a fairly impressive set of systems in place already. But what's interesting is that I find it very easy in games like this to sort of get lost. And in some cases, games like this, the point is to get lost. You just kind of burn your hand on the stove a couple of times, and then you learn, I'm not going to do that again. That causes my city to blow up or something like that. But this game really, I really feel that it was a joy to pick up early on. And it just kind of, they keep adding on to it, but they add on in a way where I feel that there is a lot of depth that is getting added to the game, but not at the expense of suddenly making it incomprehensible. And it's really impressive. I'm actually not 100% sure how they've done it. I don't have instincts for this sort of stuff. I don't know how, game designers sort of sit down and say, it's okay, we'd like to fully simulate a population and pollution and a logistics system and, allow people to fly spaceships around, and how I don't sit down and react to that and say, this is overwhelming. Why does anybody play this thing for fun? And yet I feel that that's exactly what Industries of Titan does. I've never really felt like the game has given me more than I can handle. There've definitely been a couple of times, I think especially early on, where there were maybe a couple of bits of low-hanging fruit, let's say, where, I kind of made some boneheaded moves just because I didn't quite realize how beneficial a particular thing was. But it's fun. I mean, I guess not to gender who will like simulations or something like that. But I kind of feel like to a certain extent this is like a dollhouse for boys, right? I've got a cyberpunk dystopia where I'm one of the rich people, and so as a result, I'm I feel a lot better about the world that I've created here than the people who live inside of it. But Smooth Brain Game good. Oh, Night Valiant, great to see you again. I really liked watching you play Doom. I'm sorry I wasn't there to watch a little bit more. You should see Oxygen Not Included, as gas physics is so complicated. That's another Vancouver studio. So for those of you that don't know, one of the things that I've been trying to do is highlight more Canadian games. It's not hard to do because Canadians have made some amazing games. Red Hook Studios, Darkest Dungeon, and the upcoming Darkest Dungeon 2. Brace Yourself Games, who of course have done Crypt of the Necrodancer, as well as Cadence of Hyrule, Industries of Titan, and Phantom Brigade. Kit Fox Games, known for Shattered Planet, Moon Hunters, most recently Lucifer Within Us, and the forthcoming Boyfriend Dungeon. And Fit for a King, and then publishing Six Ages and Dwarf Fortress, Paparazzi, and Mondo Museum, which I'm really looking forward to. Capybara Games, so they made Grindstone and Super Brothers Sword and Sorcery, two games that I absolutely love on mobile. Like, there's no shortage of amazing Canadian games for me to show off. But the Moose Men make good games. Well, actually, it's Moose Men and Women. Tanya X Short is the captain of Kid Fox Games, and is responsible for Boyfriend Dungeon and Moon Hunters. And then Victoria, you already know, from the Moose Folk Making. Yeah, yeah. And I mean then of course, like, there's the higher end of things. So you've got Jade Redmond heading up Google Stadia, founded at least I think the development side of things is in Montreal, and then Outlast. Outlast was made with Canadian government money. It's the CMF is a wonderful program that has resulted in a lot of really interesting games being made. Needless to say, like, it's really cool to be able to share a lot of stuff that's been made by Canadians. And I mean, I really, really miss Vancouver. So to know that Brace Yourself Games are based in Vancouver, as is Clay, who made Oxygen Not Included. Oh, The Long Dark is also another Canadian game. The Long Dark is exactly like what it's like to live in Canada. But yeah, I don't know. First of all, the amazing creative talent here. It's I worked in Canadian film, and it's been so interesting to see how well Canadian game, like, as far as I'm concerned, Canadian games are world class. Whether they're at the, whether they're in the indie space, or whether they are in the, whether they're from professional level studios. I think Canada has a lot to be proud for in terms of. By the way, for those of you who are unfamiliar with the game, I'm just extracting resources from these tiles. There's a bit of a choice you need to make in terms of a rare resource called red artifacts, and then sort of the more mundane resources like minerals and isotopes. These ones didn't have any red artifacts, so they were pretty obvious ones for me to extract. But you thought Canadians were too busy putting milk into plastic bags to make games? I knew someone who thought that was made up until they visited Canada, and then they were utterly fascinated, and they wanted to know how we got the milk in the plastic bags. So, Long Dark is exactly like living in Canada. How do you survive all the wolf attacks? Same way you survive them in Long Dark, or don't survive them in Long Dark. I was one of 6 brothers, but only I am survived to tell thee. Okay, I'm going to connect these. So there's a bit of a dilemma that you face when you do these kinds of connections. By connecting a resource like this, you can no longer bury it. So you can't send it underground, which means that you potentially will lose it to a rebel attack. Now, it's a little bit like the Mark Twain saying, right? put all your eggs in one basket and watch that basket. So I'm just going to make sure that I have a defensive infrastructure in place to make sure that that winds up protected. But it is something that I would want to consider. One of six brothers, luckily the pack was only 5 wolves. Exactly, Night Valiant. And Uncle Ray says, won't be long before we count Valve as a 100% New Zealand company. True, but I don't have a VR headset, so I don't know if I'll ever wind up playing another Valve game again. Is there any news on that potential move, by the way? Because, I mean, at this point, you have to wonder, with the vaccines rolling out. Now, I mean, vaccination's still going to take a really long time, so it may be that Valve wants to get the advantages of having a workforce like located in a single, in a physical place. It may be that those benefits will still accrue over a period of a couple of months. But I am somewhat intrigued as to what the calculation is there. So, Camposanto was working on In the Valley of the Gods, but it seems like it was quietly. Either sort of put on hold for an indefinite period of time or just killed. But then they were almost certainly working on aspects of Alex. So now that that's released, it could be that they're back onto In the Valley of the Gods. Like, presumably, Valve does not buy developers like that so they can kill the projects that made them interesting in the first place. But again, I don't operate in this space. I see the exact same developments that you do. So it's anyone's guess, I suppose, in terms of why they do what that is. Yeah, In the Valley of the Gods. Which looked pretty good. I actually haven't played Firewatch yet, but and yeah, I'm sorry I'm talking about so many other things that aren't industries of tight. It's important to remember the motivation for that, right? Like, Brace Yourself Games is a Vancouver studio. Night Valiant mentioned Oxygen Not Included, which is by Clay, which is also a Vancouver studio. And it's, for me, again, it's just one of these little bits of national pride for me to see. I have absolutely nothing to do with the creative output of Canada, but it is, for me, very exciting to see, to see what we're producing. And I think to a certain extent, because some of it, not all of it, but at least some of it can be attributed to the government being willing to invest in the creative sector. So Telefilm is for film, but there's a subset of Telefilm called the Canadian Media Fund. And I believe that has financed at least a couple of early Clay games. I believe it's financed a couple of Kit Fox games. I mean, there's some other ones which maybe didn't. Now, I don't play a lot of Battle Royale, so it might be that this game's a lot more popular than I think it is, but the Darwin Project was one out of the CMF. Respawn decided to make their second studio in Vancouver. So there's a guy who used to run a bar that I really like going to called EXP. He's working there now. So it's interesting that, you've seen this development. So in Canadian film, I can tell you that the production staff in Canadian film is very, very good. But we maybe don't have that many sort of like principal creatives that come out of Canada. Like what they tend to do is like move to Hollywood and make their career there. So like James Cameron is from Canada, but clearly he made all of those movies in Hollywood. But it seems that in the case of Canada, like, it's not just that Canadians are getting hired to make a bunch of 3D assets for a game, right? Because of course game development at a certain scale is global, but it's that there are games being made by Canadians at home, and it's turning into they're making these ones that we talk about, in some cases brag about. It's applied for residency, but there are no plans to open up shop. Okay, yeah. So it's rich people taking advantage of of New Zealand. That I can understand for sure. maybe not taking advantage of, but taking advantage of their wealth to make sure that they've got their their plan B. All right, so one thing I'm reluctant to do, so if you think that the game's dragging a little bit, that's because I'm at speed 1. And we've got employee management. Now, if you stream this game, there's a small bug where if you click and drag the priorities, it'll basically focus the window onto it. Now, if I really feel the need to change the priorities, I can just switch to full screen capture and get around that. It's not insurmountable, but I forgot to switch that around here, so I'm going to avoid adjusting the priorities for as long as I can. Normally, I'm able to take advantage of these priorities. The only thing that's a little bit of a pain is the fact that there's the waste here. That's going to need to get cleared out before this priority gets handled. I did just get 3 soon-to-be... Actually, I'm also going to switch my smokestack off and switch it on again. We'll see if that motivates my workforce. One of the big things I want to do about the waste is just make it so that I'm able to clear out this residential and I can start bringing more citizens in. I don't really need the citizens because they generate credits, and I've already bought everything I can with credits. Although I could at least donate the credits for more influence. The bottleneck right now is the fact that we haven't been destroying waste. Although there's really no excuse for that. I should basically be building proper storage for that. Yeah, you know what? I feel a little silly doing this, but... And then this is going to be more of a... This is going to be really ridiculous, but we'll put a bunch of waste receptacles. This is really inefficient to look at, but it actually winds up maximizing the amount of waste storage. If we want, we can watch these guys build. So once the isotopes start flowing, we should be in better shape. I am just going to make sure that one of these is dedicated to minerals and one of these is dedicated to isotopes. We've done that on one floor already, but I'll get that done for the second as well. There we go. Okay, so basically we got to clean up the residential area before any of the other magic can happen. So let's think a little bit. I kind of have the rebels where I want them. They're not going to move their camp anywhere, so I don't really need to expand that out. What I do need to start thinking about is how I'm going to get that mine in place. So, you know, ideally it's going to be nice and close, and we can get a road going straight to it. And one of the things I'm going to need to sort out is power for it. So what we've got here is a... So, I mean, I could put this thing up right next to it, but I do need to make sure that it's connected to the grid. So these energy pylons here are level 3. In the Quality of Life update, this is Quality of Life Part 2. This is just the recent patch that came out. They actually did a really great choice, which was they made it a little bit more like Tetris, so that if you have sort of these adjacent, tiles, it'll count as being hooked up to the grid. So it used to be that you had to sort of overlap them, whereas now you can... I guess basically it's a little bit more interesting. It's kind of like playing Tetris. So this I kind of put down temporarily, but this might wind up having a little bit more value to me than I'd originally expected. You'll notice that I haven't upgraded it just because I didn't really have a place for it yet. But the first thing that I want to do is make sure that I have an energy pylon in place to be able to power wherever I wind up putting the mine. And then I'll also want to make sure that I put down a command center to make sure that I own the territory. So right now I can't build anything outside of this yellow area. So if I build one of these command centers, I'm going to be able to expand that out. So a lot of this is just going to be about planning where everything goes. So if you take a look at this pylon, the furthest reach that you get is 1, 2, 3, 4 tiles, I believe. And again, what I could basically do here, it's like, okay, so how could I extend here? Well, 1, 2, 3, 4. Would that cover? Yes, it would. It would hit the ruins inside there. Now that's like really pushing it to the edge, but maybe that's what I want. The other consideration, of course, is being able to power my command center. I actually have to get my territory built out to a point where that can actually happen. That's going to require a little bit more fancy footwork, I think. I'm just trying to think about the best way for me to put down some pylons. Well, you know, this wasn't exactly what I had in mind, but... Oh, hang on. No, that's not as close as I thought it was. You know what? Maybe I just put the command center down here. Not everything has to be, like, perfect in terms of efficiency. Oh wait, but that's not gonna, yeah. That's not in range for the pylon. Maybe I'll just build a temporary pylon to set this thing up, and then I'll make the proper entry in the grid. Now, what I'm gonna probably wind up doing here to try and get the maximum amount of coverage, I am gonna be putting in a weak point in terms of my infrastructure. So being able to have the so with these pylons, right? If this one goes down, well, the defense turret... This is probably why the ship was attacking this pylon, by the way. If you take out this pylon, this defense turret doesn't have power. This mine doesn't have power, although that didn't matter before because, of course, we didn't have a roadway to it. Now we do. Oh yes, actually, that was one thing I wanted to get done. I was debating between building a factory, which probably gives me better coverage in terms of my resources. I think in this case here, I'll do it as the game intended, and I'll build a storage facility. But yeah, you notice how much more activity is kind of happening now as a result of having all that waste cleared up. And one of the contributors to that was the well, one, I built the space to be able to store the waste. But number two, it's the fact that I have the extra workers to be able to get that stuff done. All right. Have we started building the ship yet? Oh, we have. Okay. So I have 3 guns to play with on this ship, and then I can get up to, I think it's 9 crew members. It's like 3 per life support. So it's the game recommends to have some redundancies in terms of your engines. So I'll put the 2 engines kind of where you would expect them. Now let's think a little bit about what kind of weapons we want to put on this thing. So the maximum amount of firepower would be to put 3 large lasers on. These would fire very slowly. But they would have kind of the virtue of packing a wallop. So, you know, we could put 2 down like that. I should probably pause if I'm going to be doing it this way, actually. Okay, so if I do, if I do that, I would need 9 energy for my lasers. Then we would have, you know what? I used to keep a notepad by the... Drat. Okay. I don't have a notepad, so I'm just going to have to do this in my head. Okay. So let's say I want to go... let's say I want to go crazy and put sort of maximum shooty on this ship. So we've got 9 in terms of lasers, and that would require, at the very least, 1 life support. So we've got a total of 10 that's being taken up. But of course, if we did that, we would also need someone to man the generator. So now we have 11 for a second life support. $12 for the medical pod. Okay, so let's say I need 12. So it'd be a large and a small generator at the very least. The good news is, though, that a large fuel fabricator will give me all that I need. Okay. So it's going to be a tight fit, but I think we can actually get away with 3 large lasers, which is kind of bananas, but I really like that. I really like that idea. So we're going to run with it. So now I need to find a way of getting 12 power. Oh, that's right. And large generators take up a lot of real estate. So this is definitely going to be a bit of Tetris. Okay, so 1 there. So I could put a medium down, and that'd maximize my fuel usage. But I really do only need a small, so. All right, so technically that leaves a corner. You know what? I do a large one over here. That puts us a bit closer to the action. And then I can put a small one. Oh, but that closes everything off. That would have worked otherwise. By the way, my ship designs are hideous, but they do the trick. So consider that your trigger warning. Yeah, I really don't like it when they cover up an empty spot like that. I'm assuming just because if the ship gets damaged there's no way for somebody to walk in and do that repair. You know what? I think I'm just going to settle for what I did before. I mean, I could park it away over here, but then where do I put the large generator? Maybe I don't need to worry about that. Just as long as everything's all hooked up. So 1 relay over there. It's close, but not quite what I needed, sadly. So is there a clever way that I can get it to touch? Yes. So that hooks up everything I needed over there. Okay. Again, this is all sort of like sketching out right now. Now we did say that I needed 2 life support pods. Those are also going to need power. So I sadly can't put them here because they wind up blocking everything else. Oh yeah, no, then that's my relay placement's got to change because I need to accommodate that as well. So let's put my life support down. This kind of makes me sad because it'd be nice if I could put like all the power system, the things that require power sort of up in this area. I don't know. Life's not over yet though. Maybe I don't need to stick my, oh, here's an idea. By the way, there can be reasons why I don't want to have only large lasers. So if I do something like that, I suppose what this does is it closes off the possibilities inside inside here. That's always been true, by the way, but okay, so we start with coverage like that. Oh yeah, having something in that spot's actually really helpful. Okay. So let's reconsider laser place. I'm going to reconsider my large laser placement before I do anything else. So if I build them sort of around the edge like this. So where would I put the third? I can tuck it away over here. That still has the problem where it blocks something valuable. That definitely block something valuable. I'm just seeing if I can move my large generator elsewhere. And then, yes, there is still a path to all the other parts of the ship. This is probably going to wind up being very daft, but... Oh, just shy of what I wanted. Okay, so if I give him a large relay, that gives me a little bit more to work with. If I build one, why not build another? Because it's still not long enough, sadly. So a pair of small ones will have to do. Okay, let's think about my fuel. So of course this entombs the engine, so that's a non-starter. That's a possibility. It doesn't give me a ton of options elsewhere. Like this is where probably I should be putting life support. Oh wait, I think I just sealed off all my exits, didn't I? What was I thinking? Why did I ever think this would work? Yeah, so this is the... I don't need to burn the whole thing to the ground, just find a better spot for my laser. Okay, I believe that still gives me all the pathways that I need. That powers all of my weapons. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense for me to have the small generator on this side, though. So let's try something new. We'll take... Yeah, that works. So everybody's got a path this way. More importantly, all the energy winds up generating in its same spot. Okay, now we're thinking with portals. I still got to find a spot for the life support, but one thing at a time. I consider life support really more a privilege rather than a right in my corporation anyway. And looks like we're out of minerals, so... Okay, so remaining tasks will be to put 2 life support modules down. How strict do I want my rule about not entombing things? Pretty strict. Alright, I think at this point it probably makes sense for me just to put a another relay down. I'm a little surprised we ran out of minerals, to be honest. There's also no urgency for that particular ship. It would be nice to get a repair job in on the Ashen Python, but you know, one thing at a time. Oh, sorry guys, I did not mean to tab out. Okay, let's think about next steps. Okay, so the command center's on its way. Ah, yes, actually, I should be... Why are you listed as a priority? Is there any way to unlist you as a priority? Okay. I actually need to think a little more carefully now, because I just spent all my minerals on toys, and I didn't think about how we were actually going to build our way to a new source of minerals. Fortunately, though, these guys are... These guys should be fairly rich in minerals, if I recall correctly. So, you know what? Again, this is one of these bad habits I get into of, like, you know, when everything's a priority, nothing's a priority. But I am going to... I'll let her rip, and we'll see... I do somewhat question my choice to prioritize the ones that are further from the base, but I seem to remember the ones that were... you know what? I actually don't have the... I thought I had a justification for that, but now that I think of it, I don't actually think it accomplishes quite the thing I thought it did. I'm going to be stubborn on this. I'm not actually going to... I'm not going to cancel any of the stuff that I've done, because it seems to me we've got no shortage of minerals. It's just a question of whether or not the people are actually bringing them back home. Oh, looks like we got a couple of ruins that I failed to exploit. I think once they've got sort of their existing tasks taken care of, they're going to find a way to be able to get those minerals where they need to be. I also did specifically decide not to build mining. I specifically decided not to build a mine in this area, just simply because I didn't see any particular need to do that. I think they're perfectly capable of digging it up on their own. Okay. We definitely have logistics problems. So this storage also needs a priority. It'll be a priority after everything gets taken down. I think probably before I finish building the spaceship, I need to... Is anybody going to clean this? I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to wait for the command center to actually get built and maybe even upgraded. But I think at this point I'm going to wait until we have a proper mineral mine set up. Because if I don't do that, I think I'm going to just assume that I have this infinite... I'm going to assume that I probably just have this infinite stream of minerals available to me, which technically will be true, but I need to build it that way. Like, I need to make sure that I actually invest in the infrastructure to be able to make sure I have that steady stream of resources. And it is worth remembering that if I wait too long, there's going to be another rebel attack that comes in, and so I'm pretty safe right now, but that safety is not going to last forever. Another key thing that I want to be thinking about right now is I've got a lot of influence. So the question will be, do I think that I'm going to need that influence to be able to get the expansion for the mineral node? The answer to that is yes, by the way. I am actually going to need to, to save some to be able to get that taken care of. But then I also need to start considering, is like, at what point do I want to start turning these things into red artifacts, right? Like, I don't need 9 minerals. You know, here I might say 35 minerals, 8 isotopes. Yeah, okay, I'll give up 2 red minerals for that. But, you know, not give up a red artifact for 9 minerals? No, like, I'll pick that up off the ground. Thank you very much. So let's deal with maybe where I know. So, you know, this is Arthur Dent's house right here. We got to build a bypass, you know. I think I'll take it for the artifacts, even though I do still kind of want isotopes. Fortunately, this storage facility is 24 seconds away, so what's going to happen now is that I will eventually start upgrading this mine, but what's happening at the moment is that this mine is producing up to its storage getting full, and then it's stopping. And I don't want that to happen. I want that thing constantly streaming out isotopes. So much so, actually, that I might, once this is all cleared out, I might even prioritize this storage facility to only take isotopes, not to take any waste. Although I think at the moment it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world for all of the resources here to get hoovered up. And there'll be a similar thing in the mineral node as well. So like basically make sure that as much material as possible goes from the isotope mine into the storage facility to make sure that we're sort of able to continue production. Same story with the mineral mine, and then eventually it's all going to find its way back to HQ, but that's going to take a while. At some point, I also need to upgrade the energy plant, but I need to actually pick my battles as far as some of these upgrades. I think the time has come for me to prioritize these extractions because I still need to put down a pylon to get this thing powered. I should have done that earlier, actually. Oh, this thing's ready to launch? All right. I'm not actually going to do it. I'm just kind of happy that it's up and running. So we can take a look at the Angry Rhea. -9 energy, huh? Oh yeah, because it doesn't have a crew. Oh, look at all those beautiful minerals. Yeah, the music's great. Anytime the soundtrack has the douche 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 bits, I feel a little bit happier. That is a technical musical term, by the way. So you know what the funny thing is, I could actually put this energy pylon here, and it would probably get me where I need to go. It does actually have this nice secondary effect of having it actually creates a redundancy within my system as well. So if I upgrade this thing, either this powers grid 1 or this... Sorry, it's all on the same grid, but basically either like the flow of power is here to here, or it's here... Oh wait, nope, because if they take this one out, then it breaks the chain. So yeah, this isn't as good for redundancy as I thought. This will probably wind up being a temporary one then. At this point, though, I'm going to try and give it a rest in terms of priorities, in hopes that my workers are going to start picking up. They're going to start picking up resources. I actually kind of want to see what happens when they go and do their work. So let's watch the lemmings do their thing, and then we'll all right. Oh no, it just crushed them all. So it doesn't look like anybody's doing anything with these plots right now. So we'll upgrade the command center right away. I want to have maximum coverage if... Oh, wait a minute. Nope, this still makes sense. I think I'm okay to be a little more indulgent with my minerals again. So let's take my second life support. Yeah, the relay will cover me either way. But I should make a decision on medbay. This blocks a little bit more than I would normally want, but... I believe there is still a path. Yeah. Oh, but you know what? I'm probably not going to be able to put any meaningful batteries in place. Oh, no, that's not quite true. Life finds a way. That's offensively cramped. I'll resist the urge that far, let's say. Okay, now I do actually need to find crew pods for everyone. Fortunately, that's not as hard as it looks. So we'll stick at where one should, right by the fuel. No. Wait a minute, I only need 6. I thought I need 11 for some reason. Alright, so I think the rest... Wait a minute. Okay, so we've got 1 person at the generator, 2 people at the generator. So that's 5, and then life support doesn't actually have... Okay, so we've got a spare employee right now. If I would like... Oh wait, I think I've tapped out my energy though, right? So 3... Nope, I actually have a surplus of +1. So I guess I could do a light shield somewhere. But then I would need to play the pylon game again. So maybe I just want to have an extra body around to do repairs. Or just not have the extra crew member. But no, what I'm going to do now is just fill this thing full of fuel tanks. Yeah, everybody can access that still. Actually, I guess there's a couple of spots people can't access, but I won't freak out about it too much. The weird thing here is I'm actually putting more into... That was my point. Sorry, I felt a rumbling on the desk, and it just happened to be that I was hitting the right tone with my voice. That it felt like my phone. Yeah. So the funny thing about this one is I actually think there's more fuel storage on here than what I would normally put. But again, it's because I've cramped my power supply. It's going to be really exciting when one of these fuel tanks gets hit and everything goes up. Yeah, you know what? I don't need to store that much fuel. We can cram all the fuel by the living quarters, as is standard practice. Okay, looks like we are able to expand. So, first order of business. Let's explore all of these ruins. Actually, I'm going to explore the ruins on the path to... Basically, all the ruins on the path to the mineral node. Those are my first priority. As is tradition, we prioritize everything so that nothing becomes a priority. Probably going to wind up being something like this, but you know, I won't rule out other possibilities. And then the rest of this is just kind of searching at their leisure. It would be kind of nice to have a few people running around picking up all these resources I've left on the ground, but I'm a little more concerned about getting the right infrastructure in place. So one of the reasons why scanning this part of the map in particular is such a priority is I want to figure out a final place where I'm going to put down an energy pylon and say, this is going to be sort of the central location for for the industry that's going to be built up in this area. And then I'll do the upgrades to the command center and all of that to expand out my territory. I just want to make sure I haven't missed any other opportunities. Not really. So again, we're sort of waiting on everything. I am really weirded out by the fact that people haven't dealt with this waste. So far as I can tell, there's no other way for me to say clean this up. But again, citizens are just going to be working on monetization. I'm sitting on 61k credits. There's really not a whole lot for me to do with that right now. So I suppose one thing I could do with my influence, if I really felt like it, is just start claiming all of these sectors. You were reminded this game exists when you went looking for their new mech game, and then you got sad that you hadn't played it yet. This is a very good game, as is Phantom Brigade. Of course, probably that is not a bad time because I noticed in terms of the numbers, there's been a little bit of a shift. I was given a key for promotional purposes for this game, and I do have my Epic affiliate link, so I have not been paid to say that this is a good game. I have not been paid. Well, I'll be paid if you guys decide to use the System Chalk creator code. But saying it once at the beginning of the stream when there's nobody in the channel is probably not quite the spirit of the exercise. I should actually maybe mention though, when I was watching the Clark Tank today, they mentioned that, so probably not so surprising. The official word I heard was Phantom Brigade is exclusive on Epic for a year, and we will be bringing it onto Steam sometime. So that does not imply immediately that it goes onto Steam 1 year after the exclusivity. It may be that they decide to. It may be that they decide to wait until early access is done and then release it on Steam. But the place for any official news like that is always going to be from the developer themselves, clearly. But yeah, it is fair to say that it is very clear that Phantom Brigade is going to be coming to Steam. Does not have a date. I believe Industries of Titan has a year. I believe 2021 is when that will be coming to Steam. If you absolutely must have it on the platform owned by Valve. But of course, that means that you'll miss out on the chance to be able to give feedback. I say it every 30 minutes, make a bot and overlay with rotating message every 10 minutes, sell out to your heart's content. Yeah. Well, that's the big one for me, is that, for me, I don't actually find it all that much of a burden to say, hey, I was given this key for promotional purposes. Because the thing is that the whole idea of influencer marketing in some cases comes from a very good place. Somebody who really loves a product is, now that we have a series of websites and, and a bunch of different modes of communication to help us share the things we're passionate about. Like, these are the people who probably should be doing something that maybe once upon a time we would have called a testimonial. So it looks like all of the priority indicators are lingering on the map. I would submit a bug report for that, except that I think some of these might have been hanging around from the previous save file, so I don't know if that really counts as a bug or if that just really counts as me being lazy. But of course, the big drawback about this is we also live in a time, I actually think this is in a William Gibson book at some point, that you don't necessarily know that the person who's like recommending this thing to you, whether or not they have some sort of contract to say so. And so in some senses, I actually think it works well for both ways. So for me, like, if I'm a little less, careful in terms of announcing that sort of stuff, I don't think the world's going to collapse, right? I don't know how many people really wind up buying. I'm delighted when people do wind up buying games that I'm interested in. Oh, that's really interesting. So this is showing that it hasn't been surveyed yet, but I can see. Anyways, 4 red artifacts is really good, so I'm going to harvest that. Yeah, so it looks like there's a bunch of icons lingering on the UI. I wonder if that kind of accounts for sort of these little stutters that come up every once in a while. I'm just converting more pops to into workers. This will probably decimate my population, but that's fine because I'll just import some more citizens. But yeah, I think the really key thing about that one is more because there is the possibility. Like the fact of the matter is, people aren't dumb. Like people know that this stuff goes on, and so I think one of the things that is helpful is that if you are upfront about it, your genuine enjoyment of something will come across, and that way someone isn't thinking in the background, was someone paid to say that, or do they actually think it? And as a result, you're able to, we all benefit from that, right? For me, at least, like I said, I could be maybe just a little more neurotic about this than I should be, but I think it's not bad to be. It's not bad to effectively guard your enthusiasm for something against more cynical applications of it. And again, the other thing that's kind of nice is I will admit, from a broadcasting point of view, I actually personally find it sort of helpful to be able to have a mental rest to be able to do a disclaimer like that every once in a while. Because what that lets me do is, it's something that's kind of rote, right? Everybody knows it. This is a commonly known fact. There's a standard set of things that you want to disclose, which is the fact that you were given a copy of the game for promotional purposes. And because it doesn't require any effort on your part to sort of form a coherent thought, it's a chance. It's a little bit like, in the Iliad, where you have these big descriptions of certain certain activities. One of the reasons people think those are in there is basically so that the poet can have kind of a standard template to work with, so that or the rhapsode, basically so that they don't have to be inventing stuff the whole time, that there's sort of the standard things in the story that you would normally expect. And then you can get on to the good stuff, like Achilles and Hector fighting or something like that, which is, I don't know, I found that kind of neat. But for my part too, I could definitely say it's helpful at times to have sort of a bit of a boilerplate to fall back on if I'm feeling a little taxed in terms of the cognitive efforts. He says as he falls to exact silence along with the music. So here I really am just sort of waiting out. The game doesn't involve as much waiting as I'm sort of making it look like it does. One of the challenges here is just because of that small bug, and I really want to avoid the employee management screen. I'm not actually causing them to do the tasks that I think would help free up a few of our resources. But I think this, for the most part, will be handled. I really want to upgrade this defense turret, but the better thing to do would be to upgrade my command center. So we're going to do it. This will cancel any plans in this part of the map. I'm glad I did buy that extra transport hub. I might buy a second just for... So, one transport hub for the isotopes, one transport hub for the minerals. I don't think that would hurt. It does actually look like all of the vehicles are being used right now. I'm also going to guess that that's generating some pollution. I suppose if I felt particularly desperate, I could build a purifier, but I'm a little worried about that because of the fuel turbine. I do actually still want to be pulling fuel out of the air. So, I mean, a little smog never hurt anybody, right? And I better hurry up and get this ship off the ground. So you are now a priority. Fortunately, the mine is starting to pay off, so we're going to upgrade you. And you will also become a priority. This thing is choked with minerals. None of the isotopes. Of course it is. Okay, well, I've already got the upgrades that I want underway, so that's fine. I've got the defensive infrastructure in place, so I'll build another facility. And actually, this is going to seem bananas given the problems that I'm running into, but I'm actually going to upgrade this mine to level 3. I want that production underway. Finally, because we now have my top-level command center, I'm going to try and find a better spot for this pylon. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 3 surrounding. So either here or here. I think that's about as... or possibly here as well, but... what interests me is that these are both relying on this, like, spare one. What I'm curious about is... so let's say I had... 1, 2, 3, 4. Or I could get away with, like, a 3 over here. And then that does a 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So it seems weird, but... I'm probably going to put the pylon. So again, we just take a look at the site. I just need adjacency. One, 2, 3 from the diagonal. Yeah, so even putting it like right here would be good. So this is, again, this was just sort of a pick-me-up pylon. I don't think this is going to give me what I need to be able to power all of this, unfortunately. So if I do 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, I'd have to give up too much. I really did want to replace the... oh no, I'm not going to be able to launch this thing because the mineral's on the floor. Okay, so actually it's better for me to build a fuel tank then. And while I'm at it, let's upgrade this energy plant. That's going to let me keep my 2 level 3 turrets. Now the question is whether or not I'm going to be able to get the Ashen Python repaired. So we're ready. All right, we're ready to launch this baby. Three large lasers of love ready for him. Get the Ashen Python into the shipyard. We've got 3 minutes before we need the repairs to finish. Let's connect the storage. Ah, crap. Are you really draining? Oh, right, because of the energy plant. That's a good reason to be draining batteries. Maybe a little inconvenient in terms of the timing. And you know what? I'm going to try upgrading the residential. So this is going to be a very silly way that I'm getting rid of the garbage, but I wonder if upgrading the residential is going to force them to clean out the garbage. Nope, I got to get that repair job done pronto. Okay. There's usually a cool little animation of the repair happening. Turn this off. Okay, they're not going to do anything. I am very nervous that these repairs are not actually going to happen. Oh, there we go. Okay, good. 2 minutes. Okay, let's get a body in the turret. I'm going to turn it off, though. I'm going to swing for the fences and go for a level 3 energy. Oh, wait. If I do that, I'm going to need to upgrade the fuel turbine, too. And we're out of isotopes. Okay, so we'll cancel that upgrade. Why did my energy just suddenly drop like that? Oh, it's because I put up the residential and all of that. Okay. I might have gotten a little overzealous. I kind of like watching these things launch. All right. We're ready to make some magic happen. How bold do I feel about my fuel turbine? Yeah, let's do it. That's a fuel silo. That's a lot of fuel going down. I could suddenly have a very big fuel problem. Now, the game has explained that there is no okay, we gotta cancel this. There's no dirty fighting. You gotta take them on one by one. So we're gonna have to match the ships. I put the Angry Rhea to out to because this is a little bit more fragile as far as infrastructure is concerned. All right, there we go. So we'll wait till they commit to something. Okay, so they're going after the defense turret. Want to see how these lasers work? Managed to hit one of their lasers. That's kind of nice. This is the nice thing about having a spare crew member. Oh, that's not getting repaired. All right. So that thing's going to create a nice... Oof! All right, I wasn't expecting an extra. Okay, so they're coming after the... We're gonna get you in the shipyard. We're gonna get you to fight the Nomad Alliance next. And we're gonna get everybody to repair all. So the infrastructure is going to take a big hit off of a lot of this. You saw what happened to my my roadways, but we should be in good shape. So what's this thing packing? 4 medium lasers. Oh, they just took out all of our offensive capabilities. Okay, Angry Rhea's got to get out of there. Get the Ashen Python back into the job. I suspect the turret's going to finish the job, but there we go. Okay, Angry Rhea gets repairs first now. So I'll admit that's actually closer than I was wanting that to be. But we can cancel the alarm. We'll say repair all again, just in case. Looks like we lost an employee. I'm sure he'll turn up again. And I feel like now I can sort of afford to... I can afford to upgrade the fuel turbine. Oh, no, we still have a huge fuel drain. So yeah, I'm going to cancel that until we're... I guess at this point this means that I need to upgrade the fuel silo. And we can probably get away with, yeah, upgrading the energy plant. And we can also convert some more employees. Okay, 4 red artifacts or a ton of resources. Well, resources don't matter as much to me anymore. So I think we're just going to take as many artifacts as we can get our hands on. Conveniently enough, this is also going to give me all the options in the world as far as expansion's concerned. Unfortunately, I did forget where I was going to put that pylon. Still buried under garbage, huh? Well, to level 3 with you. So as you can see, I've felt pretty secure ignoring the I felt pretty secure ignoring this homeless camp, just because I know we've got a navy to be able to handle the problems. But you can also see that the threats are getting real. So the next little bit of work that I have is you know, finishing off the plans that I had for this part of the map. And then while I'm at it, I'll just upgrade my transport hub. I can afford it, so I'm just going to go like max level on everything at this point. But yeah, once I get my mineral infrastructure in place, that's when we start getting really aggressive with the placement of the command centers. And essentially it just becomes a full-on hunt. So like, given what the game is making me optimize for, it's just straight up hunting and killing rebels. And so essentially I'm going to want a dump truck of minerals to keep building a whole bunch of ships to protect myself, and then expanding out with command centers and energy pylons to be able to handle it. What I may also want to start considering, because I have a relatively small amount of the map shown, I might also want to start considering maybe some redundancies as far as my my production is concerned. So, you know, start maybe building a couple of you know, fuel turbines on this side of the map to be able to give myself some protection. Actually, that's a great idea right now. So we'll take the artifacts. We're sitting. We could use some more isotopes, but we're clearly sitting on a big stack of them. That did put a big strain on my fuel infrastructure, though. Start with a fuel turbine here. It's a little nerve-wracking to have it so close to the command center, but again, put all your eggs in a basket and watch that basket. Okay, you're ready to launch. Looks like we don't have some proper assignments. What's going on here? Kaio, what's happening with you? That was weird. They didn't seem to have quite figured out what they wanted to do. I'm also a little weirded out that this guy's not healing. If I was him, I would be taking the... I'd be taking the opportunity to kind of get myself back on track. Anyway, this ship is ready to go, so we'll send you off to be a sentry. This place is, yeah, garbage is piling up again. Let's try and get as many bodies on the planet as we can before this thing starts getting buried under its own filth again. So I'm wanting to upgrade this conversion center as quickly as possible, just so that I can get more bodies to do all the other cleanup jobs. The office is just me being a little indulgent. I clearly don't need the extra credits, but it sure is nice to be able to turn that into the extra influence. And I've kind of already told people to clear the path to the mineral node, so really at this point I think we're just waiting on the workers. You can take out their organs, but you can't expect them to work miracles. I hope I didn't produce a bottleneck where I've got too many demands for isotopes all over the place. We'll get you to buy another truck. Should probably make sure that, you know, it's one of each that's getting the... So basically, if this transport hub's getting the upgrade, then this one's still is still functional. If I upgrade both, then I'm probably not going to have any trucks running around doing what they do best. So at this point, I'm just going to let the city run. I will eventually upgrade this fuel turbine. But I either need to build a replacement or I need to wait until we've filled up this fuel silo. Because we saw what happened. Like, this is my main source of fuel at the moment. So we've seen what happens if that... oh, this is actually a really obvious place for me to put extra fuel turbine now that I think of it. Yeah, it's pretty clear what happens if I put that thing down for an upgrade too early. I wonder if I can provoke the game into... So if I turn off automatic, say, I want to hear flagship again. No, no. It says silence is golden. So again, just converting as many employees as I can. One other thing I can try is upgrading my factory. I will do this actually. I'm going to wait for this conversion center to finish. But I'll upgrade this to a level 3 factory, and then I can basically just do this floor. Holy smokes! Yeah, you guys have got some work to do. I'll probably just add another floor to this thing, and we'll kind of do the same structure that we've got in place. This place is a bit of a mess. Okay, so we've got some redundancy for fuel turbines in place, so I think we're ready to upgrade this one. That means this guy becomes a priority, this guy becomes a priority. My next level storage facility is on its way to being done. Yeah, so the fuel drain isn't as severe. Maybe I'll hit a priority on that one, but... I should probably also upgrade the smokestack, because we clearly have a lot of garbage to get rid of. It's probably going to create devastating pollution at some point, but I'm very much in a if I can upgrade it, I will mode. How are we for power? Okay, so I can't put unless I upgrade this pylon, I can't put anything there. Other than upgrades, I really think I should just be waiting on my I really should just be waiting on my guys to clear out all of these. I'm a little miffed that I don't have these minerals in place. Now, I thought headquarters had another level where combat floor. Oh, disabled for early access. That makes sense. So that's as high as my headquarters can go. I suppose I can upgrade the energy depot if I'm feeling confident. I just need to hope that there's no drain, but extra fuel turbine. Really? So why is this so offensive? Ah, I'm short on minerals. That would make sense. Because I'm spending them like I've already got this mine set up again. This is probably a ridiculous amount of sort of preparation or like overproduction. But I'm also just trying to make it so that we're not dependent on a single fuel turbine. And I'll do the same with power as well. I'll try and build like a power system somewhere within this energy grid's range. This is a little bit more difficult because, you know, I guess I could maybe put the energy like here. But the further out from the defensive turret you put it, the more, you know, the more danger there is that the AI pulls a fast one on you. Then again, you know, we have a navy now, so. Okay, well, looks like we're ready to go for the plot. So I think I said here. 2, 3. Okay, so yeah, I'm 99% sure that this is going to work. Eventually I'll turn this energy pylon off completely, but I need to make sure that this guy's up and ready to go. And then we can also start putting down the roads. Okay, we're short on minerals for the mine, sadly. But it's going to be a very similar setup to what we've got over here. We'll put two mine tiles down beside the mineral node. We'll set up a storage facility for them and profit. So I'm trying to think what I give up if I upgrade this factory right now. And I think the answer is nothing. No, not true. I give up isotopes, which I'm going to need to upgrade this energy pylon. So this is not the best use of my workforce right now, putting 4 bodies in the smokestack. However, we are kind of drowning in garbage at the moment. So the hope is that these guys are going to be pretty quick at processing all of it, and then we can think about kind of think about future steps when. This is probably too many trucks. They probably went a little crazy. I think the main thing I need to start thinking about now is how I can get more residential and conversion centers in. This was sort of supposed to be the habitation part of the city. I'll actually even probably build a specific defensive turret to make sure that it stays that way. But I do want to focus on my production on this end. Pollute first, ask questions later. Exactly. And I mean, look, it's not that bad, right? We put all the pollution over on that side of the map. The trucks are generating a little unpleasantness, but nothing, you know, nothing we'll get sued about. If you're not careful, the abundant wildlife will go extinct. I better have a plan for where the minerals are coming from. Oh yeah, we've already got them on the ground. Okay. So right now I'll say isotopes and waste are acceptable, and then eventually I'm gonna say that waste we can't get waste in there either, but one step at a time. Okay, so this guy's getting some upgrades. Again, we'll do the upgrades before we touch anything else. I think logistically... Okay, no, we got 3 more of these to go. Yeah, at this point, I probably should have held off and got enough minerals to be able to get the mine up as soon as possible. But it won't be a disaster until we've got the energy pylon up and ready to go. Also, yeah, we'll take you for your artifacts. I'm really intrigued by the fact that these guys seem to be short on fuel every once in a while. I'm also intrigued by the fact that nobody seems to be using the med bay. Or did I forget to put a med bay on here? Well, sorry guys. Alright, we got the minerals we need. So now the energy pylon's a priority because the mine's a priority. Once that's done, I might tidy up a little bit of the work that I've done with the fuel turbines. This thing can go up to a level 3 once we have the flow of isotopes again. And all the healthcare you're not getting is covered by company policy. We should get you making some slogans for this, Lord Sloth. Alright, let's start thinking about where I'm going to put my command center. So yeah, I guess like right up here would be good. As long as I can put down an energy pylon to support it. And what would be great about that is it also gives me an opportunity to build another energy producing facility. I probably wouldn't want to build any, maybe a conversion center. I probably wouldn't want to build any other housing, but... Oh, that's encouraging. I don't quite have the isotopes for another mine, and I want to be using the isotopes for this energy pylon anyway. But we can start getting people exploiting the resources. So we're waiting on a third isotope. It could really come from anywhere. This is the frustrating thing, right? Because we know there's a big stack of these things sitting in the... we got 60 isotopes just waiting to get into the main stack. But it looks like we're waiting on a vehicle to come pick them up. Even though we now have 12 in the city. In fact, I don't see any reason why... Oop, cannot supply more ships, build additional shipyards. Alright, that's how they keep me from building ridiculous navies. I think we'll put a shipyard right here. But only after we built the mine. Come on, isotopes. Can't possibly think of any reason why we would want these trucks to be moving right now. In fact, I could just straight up buy the isotopes right now, but I would go and like take down some more of these ruins, but I'm scared that that'll just make my guys get a little more confused as to what their priorities are. So I think in this case, I'm going to be patient. I believe they'll be bringing some isotopes from this area anyway. Oh, neat. Are we already... Well, I'll be... I could have actually afforded to put it up here. Okay, put the extra mine down. I'm curious to see, so depending on what happens with the mine over here, if this ruins goes down, I'm actually going to move the energy pylon because we won't lose that much, and it does help me out a little bit more if I... Perfect. Okay, so we'll take you out, dismantle you. Sadly, this means this guy's out of power. So small inefficiency that I created there, but not the end of the world. That's got 10 and 3, so... If we don't get all of the isotopes back, we at least get a fairly decent number of them. And watch, I'll probably have wound up like misreading one of the things, and I'm gonna wind up being off by 1. Just lost a citizen. Yeah, it's all the trucks. So presumably we are about to see this isotopes number go up by a very, very large amount. Okay, you gotta get as many upgrades as you possibly can in. Guess we can afford to give you an upgrade now. We can connect you. I just want to keep an eye on the overall level, but I'm gonna kind of do the things that I'd intended to, but didn't actually pull off. I'm gonna reserve the place for the command center, and then I suppose if I'm gonna give it power, well, there's really no good spot for it, but I think this will serve my needs. Okay, so you need to connect first. We still have some minerals left. Oh dear, it looks like we're draining fuel because I've got multiple connections going on. So let's cancel that one. I need to have some redundancy in my fuel supply, at least until this becomes level 3. And then I'll prioritize this just so I can have a storage. Actually, you know what? Probably this is the one that should get the priority. I'll build a storage facility there. And again, a ton of upgrades, so on and so forth, but... And then following that, I'm going to think a little bit about my pylon placement. It's kind of tempting to put one over here, just so I can sort of get the maximum coverage. And then I can start building out my conversion centers in my residential areas. Hey, how you doing, Olaf? And sorry, Nick, I missed the sound of this game reminds you of a 5-gum commercial. What is 5-gum? Oh wait, no, that's the... wait, that like it's an actual gum, right? I think I do know this gum. Hello, fellow humans. I too understand your gum products. Definitely want to have some more battery. So one thing I might try after we take out the rebel base, I might actually try and make it so that there's a big battery at every energy pylon. Just so if they get knocked off the main grid, they can at least kind of survive for a bit longer than they normally would. Okay, more bodies. Upgrade you. Okay, so now we've got our super fuel turbine. We can afford to connect the redundancies. And at some point I do need to put down the shipyard, but it did occur to me that these mineral patches are still going. And Nick says, yes, it's an actual chewing gum product. They advert... Okay, that's... I don't know what the Twitch engineers did, but I noticed that I have been... Influence is full. Oh, I did not realize that you can max out on influence. Well, whether or not I actually use it, I very clearly want to claim all these buildings. I know better than to send my workers off to work those tiles right now, but nothing stopping me from making the most of my influence. All right, we're below 100, so I can work with that for now. No, I'm. This is. We've got rebel camps coming after me. In fact, I would have liked to have built another ship, but we don't have the capacity for it. So instead, I'm just going to have to hope that our. Oh, I forgot to build a turret. Okay, this is actually going to get a little scary, because unless I can find my isotopes really fast, this is undefended. I definitely want to get another conversion center built quite quickly, but the defense turret's the thing I forgot to build, and that will potentially be a very, very costly oversight. I can, but I've already used up all my trade tickets, and I can only get one for every trade ticket. I'm going to need something like 40 to get it up to a level 3. So the best I can kind of hope for is to augment my ships, but I think I'll take the Angry Rhea and I'll move that up here because this definitely has more boom. Again, we're not sunk. Like there's plenty of room for me to be able to pull it off, but I'm gonna stop worrying about all the upgrades that I'm gonna do here, and I'm gonna focus on building and maintaining the. Oh, did I forget to upgrade? Okay, I also got to upgrade this energy pylon. I really can't afford to lose the territory now, so I am going to keep this energy pylon up, but by destroying this one, eventually I'm going to be able to get the isotopes for it. And again, like the mine is just sitting on a big stack of them, so I at some point need to get my workers in a spot where they're able to handle all the tasks. I might even want to take some of that out of the smokestack, but it does seem like the trash is piling up. System 1HM, yeah, it's my favorite by far. For those of you who don't know what they look like, these are the lovely emotes that the Eyes of Sin made for the stream. I think the Aristotle one could be slightly improved by being in a little bit closer. But I think what she did was she gave me the original file with the intention of me being the one who would sort of like crop it down, whereas I thought that was the finished product, so it's on me that I haven't fixed that yet. Eyes of Sin's coffee is back up, by the way, so for those of you who like what she's contributed to the stream and would like to kind of make sure that she continues to be able to afford doing what she does, I highly recommend giving a donation to that if you have the means. All right, so we can actually already start our cleanup job. How confident do I feel in my ability to upgrade stuff in time? How about I get that defensive turret down before I start feeling very clever? Got 2 minutes for this thing to get going. Well, the energy pylon's going to be up and ready to go. Whether or not the defensive turret is up is another question. But if we pull this off, I will give them... I won't give them a pay raise, but I will give them an extra 15-minute break. Oh, you know what? I can afford to upgrade the mine. I will prioritize this because I really want that defensive turret online. Oh, tell you what, I don't know. It's going to be able to figure that out on its own. Okay, 50 seconds before the bad guys show up. I don't know if I want to try upgrading the turret or if we just hope for the best. Okay, so now we do the call to arms. Wow, we still drain batteries on that, huh? We should be fine. We've got 7,000, so let's watch the magic. I'm really curious if anything comes out of this rebel shipyard. Damn you! It's a big one. The Wisdom of Elpis. I think it actually showed me what it was working on, so I'm going to pull this guy back. Yeah, so it looks like he's going straight to the headquarters, which is fine. That's fine by me. Because he's probably going to get a bunch of free shots on this guy on his way in. You guys need to hurry up on that defensive turret. Again, there is questionable wisdom in terms of the choice to let them fly over my territory doing... Oh. Okay, so they're attacking the defense turret. I feel like we'll be okay there. So we're going to move in on the Dog of Hope with our best ship, because this turret's definitely not going to be ready in time. And then we'll bring in the Ashen Python for support once we know what this guy's coming after. So this defensive turret should be fine. The worst damage is going to be when this thing comes crashing down onto my supports. So we're up against the Penance. All right, that guy almost certainly lost an employee. What's up? No, they're still fine. Okay, got a little close there, but... Ah, damn it, they blew up the road. All right. Well, sorry, blew up the road. The crash destroyed the road is the right way of thinking of that. That's probably going to happen right in the middle of the intersection, too. I think I'm just going to stick these guys straight in the shipyard. I'm slightly curious why it says stuff. Ah, okay, I get it, because the relay got smushed. That's a pretty bad one for my isotopes, if I'm completely honest, but I think we'll survive. Let's watch the magic. The penance is down. All right. I don't know if the employee died from lack of oxygen. Whoopsies. All right. Well, hopefully that gets itself sorted out. Let's cancel the alarm so we can turn off the turrets. Let's get some more bodies in the mines. So this guy is ready to get dismantled. We can now prioritize these ruins. Okay, losing a lot of citizens. This guy can get his upgrade. In fact, I think the other fuel turbine can get an upgrade too. Now, this is where I would want to put energy production. So let's get that up and ready to go. Any further and I have the risk that it's not covered by the turret. Actually, while I'm at it, let's add a couple more. That's as good as it's going to get. This is being extracted. So yeah, really what I want to be working on now is my next sort of sets of residential areas and conversion centers. I'm probably going to prioritize conversion centers simply because I would like I'd like as many employees to start doing stuff like clearing out trash as I can get. Looks like I can afford to have a conversion center over here. I'm also trying to maximize the coverage from the turret. Although that reminds me, so now I need to start thinking about where I actually want my pylon to be. So this thing's already getting taken down. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I can probably stick one right there. Oh, could I afford that one? So I put the pylon here. 1, 2, 3, 4. That would take me down to that road. You know what? I think that would give me the adjacency. 1, 2. Oh, yeah. So I can actually also afford to send it over here. Now, other important question. Would it cover what I need? So 1, 2. Believe it would cover that conversion center. So I guess either here or here is where I want to put it. This looks like they're still waiting for extra employees. That makes the conversion centers all the more important. In fact, it's so important that I'm just going to clear out all of this residential area. Well, I call it residential. It will future residential area. Yeah, so next I don't know where the bad guys are now. So we're back to searching. It seems to me like the ships have kind of been coming from this area and this area. Oh, hello. Oh, no, that was my cursor. So it sort of makes the most sense for me to move my command centers out in those general directions. But I do also kind of want to make sure that the home front is taken care of as well. So I'm going to be spending a little bit of time getting kind of getting everyone in a state where like I'm feeling comfortable as far as this place is. Like I want to make sure that it's running, and I don't need to spend a lot of time sort of making sure that that all the vehicles are moving where they're supposed to be and whatnot. And ideally stuff like this, where the residential area is just letting the garbage pile up and nothing seems to be able to fix it. I want to make sure that that sort of stuff is not happening. So one of the best ways I can accomplish that is to just make sure that I have as many conversion centers built as I can reasonably manage. That will also eventually mean that I have it will also mean that I have some residential areas to be able to sort of support the, the flow. In the meantime, I already have so many more employees than I do anything else. Actually, while I'm at it, let's upgrade the factory. That'll like knock down my capacity for pops and engineers and employees and whatnot. But it's not like I'm really using it right now. Okay, we can put another storage facility up. And I believe we're now ready to claim the Rebel shipyard and dismantle it. So all threats from this side... Okay, not all threats from this side, because technically there could be something hiding off to the edge there. But for the most part, we don't have to worry about the bad guys on this side of the map. Died from sickness. Yeah. Smog's getting kind of bad. Whoa, did I forget to... I forgot to repair that guy. False alarm, guys. You can go back home. Obviously, this is like a no priority at all on this side. My people will get around to it when they can. All right, perhaps unsurprisingly, this is jammed up. I do actually really want to get the energy improvements underway. I wonder if I can get away with upgrading both fuel. Yeah. I really want to get the extra generators online as quickly as I can. Again, ideally covered by a defensive turret, but we'll see. Okay, we'll get you upgraded as soon as possible. Ideally, I'm going to get this upgrade. Oh, you know what? It's already connected to the grid, so I can afford to spike this guy. Whoa, 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 whoa. What? Unbelievable. I did get too greedy with the placement of that pylon. Oh, that was a big boo-boo. Okay.
Extraction complete.
Yeah, the question is how tolerant do I want to be of that? No, I think... Oh, that's right, because it doesn't count as territory anymore. Drat. Oh, that really screwed me. Okay, let's cancel that just so I can have harmony in the kingdom again. Really, you don't count as... How did I screw this up so badly? Alright, so this is all... Okay, so if I say dismantle you... Okay. Ah. Okay, I know what happened. It's a bit of a weird one. There is a logic behind that, but we won't worry too much about it. Okay, you need repairs. This guy becomes a priority now. How? Okay, so I'm gonna build the conversion centers vertically. That's 3 conversion centers I'm building. And ideally, I'll find a good spot for residential as well. Well, I guess they get covered by the... They get covered by the turret too, so we can build the residential a little bit further away from the pollution. Ooh, that's a nasty batch of pollution there, actually. Maybe I need to worry about some fans. You can't be at level 3 already. Holy smokes, there's already level 3. Alright, we're making better progress than I thought we would. So again, at this point, I'm just trying to make an army for the workforce. Once that's taken care of, we'll consider our other priorities. I don't see any reason why I wouldn't upgrade the council monument. I've gone mad with power. These guys are due for a connection. It really is the extra energy that I'm falling behind on. So let's get that energy plant down. It is also worth remembering I need bodies to be able to work all these extra energy plants that I intend on building. I don't need them for the fuel turbine. I do need them to make energy for me. So that's not exactly a free lunch, but you know, this seems like a good spot for some extra energy now that I look at it. Well, no, it isn't, because it potentially blocks off whatever road infrastructure I might want to put in this area. So maybe I'll leave that be. Nothing stopping me from building it here, though. It's been a while since I've run out of influence. This is going to be a bit of a mess for a while I build the new energy pylons. And then, of course, I'm also building all the conversion centers, but that's life. So I actually hit repair on you. Yes, I did. I don't think this is going to be able to hold the line when the bad guys come, but I think we should be able to. We should be able to make do. Okay, so these guys will be dropping any second, so let's connect them. I can't remember how many slots you get from... oh, you get 12 from a level 3, so in theory we should have 36 new employees coming online. It'll take us a while because we need to convert them from citizens and whatnot, but at the very least it should cover me for all of the citizens I just... you know, I just took and I put into stuff like smokestacks and whatnot. Sorry, I say and whatnot a whole lot. I need to cut that out. I also think... Nah, we're still not done cleaning up the waste, so... But why do I care? Alright. You're an isotope-only for storage facility now. That's one conversion center done. What about the rest? And we're short on minerals again, so what's the deal with you? Ah, nowhere to store it. Yeah, so we're sitting on 18 trucks and we still have storage problems. What can you do? Fortunately, our level 3 pylon's pretty much ready to go. That's going to mean a command center is in my future soon. This is only level 2, so I'm going to need a level 3 before I get rid of it. So basically, when this pylon is done, we should be able to spike this one. When this pylon's done, we spike this one. And that also allows us to spike this one. We should have full coverage as far as the energy is concerned, and what I'm going to be working on after that is more about kind of making sure I have the appropriate defensive structures in place. Okay, so it looks like we already have room for some extra employees. No! There we go. I almost broke the horizontal style. I haven't talked to my advisors in a bit, so while all that's happening, let's see what the logistics officer has to say. Hey Founder, I'm Sola Irala, your one and only chief logistics officer. You can call me if you want something or someone to go from point A to point B. I've been doing this for a long time, and I've seen and moved it all. Bats of blood, live octopus, bodies, and an 8-foot stature of Einar Pyr herself once. Just give me time to rig a vehicle together, and we'll get it moving. Alright, I see the flat cannon is now complete. Make sure it's online and it has employees available to operate it. This should slow down our attackers, but you still need more defenses, Founder. Our enemies may have reinforcements, and we'll need every bit of firepower that we can muster. Does she have anything else to say? Good work, Founder. I see you've got a ship that's ready for combat. I'll give you a rundown of basic controls. Firstly, as long as the location is within one of your command center's vision, you can move your ship there. Second, the Council's rules stipulate that all fights must be one-on-one. Let's not fight dirty now. And lastly, please be mindful of where you choose to fight. Exploding ships can cause collateral damage. Try to keep the fights away from your buildings unless you fancy repairing them, is my advice.
Founder, if we can't keep the rebels off our backs, we do have a last-ditch defensive option. Most of our buildings were built with the ability to burrow underground. This will avoid damage from incoming fire. It can save us in a pinch. But burrowing's not cheap. It costs credits to activate. Not all buildings can burrow either. Defensive structures and all connected buildings must remain above ground.
So even though I get the efficiency bonus of the connections, that's the cost if I can't burrow anymore. But notice I haven't really been taking advantage of burrowing. Okay.
Founder, you now own a valuable patch of resources. It is time to harvest them. Select any patch of resources you own and assign an employee to work there. Your employee will obediently collect those resources until none remain.
Okay, so we should be able to get rid of this pylon. Founder, you've still got patches of resources that require harvesting. Select any resource patch you've claimed and assign an employee to it. Your employee will work diligently harvesting them until none remain. Okay, well, we've already done that. They're just not actually picking it up.
Everything can be improved, Founder. Don't you agree? Revenue, employment contracts, buildings as well. Almost all of your buildings can be upgraded. Upgrading a building improves its functionality. Try it now, Founder. Your city is always in need of improvement. Founder, have you built any buildings of the same type next to one another? As long as they are both the same level, you can connect them in the city view. Connecting buildings gives them an efficiency boost. However, connected buildings are unable to burrow. This makes connected buildings in your city much more vulnerable during rebel attacks.
Forgot to bring in my people. Okay, so that's level 3. This should be ready to dismantle. As should... Okay, this one's already on its way out. So far nothing's blown up, so that seems good. So yeah, at this point I think I need to be prioritizing these this energy production. So it looks like we can get away with a couple there as well. I'm a little nervous about it, but oh, what am I doing? Energy pylon? Get real. Ah, I don't have the minerals for it. Okay. I want to make sure that I get my conversions in before I upgrade these things. Right, we're starving for minerals, so for the time being, I think I'm just going to let it sit down. Now, I suspect what's going to happen is once the storage facility is online and sort of our systems are flowing a little bit better. Oh, draining batteries, you say? Who's causing that? I bet you it's the upgraded council monument. Just makes my energy plans all the more relevant. I suppose if there's an emergency, I can turn something off. But we are definitely going to get hit with a bunch of brownouts if I don't smarten up. So I'm going to do the same trick as last time. Once all these things are upgraded, I'm going to wait till they're all online. I'm going to do the conversions, and then I'm going to do the switch. It's also going to generate a ton of waste, but them's the breaks. I'm assuming as these conversions happen, we'll be able to... Oop. So these can't connect because of a lack of isotopes. That's a pity. So for now, I'm just going to start assigning employees to these energy plants. I mean, I should have seen it coming because I was doing so many upgrades to these conversion centers, but... But that's fine. We will probably be drowning in power in just a couple turns. We just need to get the bottlenecks of my logistics taken care of, and it's either way. If I get a nice dump of minerals in, then I can start building more residential areas, and if I get a sorry, a there we go. So if I get the minerals, then I wind up building the residential area, and if I wind up getting the isotopes, then I wind up linking up my existing energy infrastructure. So I'm waiting on one more isotope, which we clearly have. It's actually just sitting on the ground there, but we gotta wait. Gotta wait until my people bring it to me. Although it looks like we got 3 or 4 trucks worth of isotopes on their way. I guess the same can't be said for my minerals, but can't have everything. But yeah, I think the answer, my energy needs are probably a little bit more important right now. Oh god, that spaceport is so crammed full of stuff. Well, I mean, this is the world I built for myself. I've only got myself to blame. I also want to work out my office space, although to be honest with you, like I have more energy credits than I know what to do with. So at this point, what is it? Oh, you use energy credits to repair buildings? Well, even then, we're clearly generating far more than I know what to do with. So I'm a little curious. I'm going to look at the employee management. So do these numbers add up? So we've got 16 and 19, so that's 35. And then we add 19 to that. We wind up... Ah, damn it. Okay, so now we've got 40, 55. But I've got 61 employees. So what gives? Why do these numbers not add up? It's like there's 6 employees that are missing. Do I still not have isotopes? What's going on with you people? What is that truck carrying? Logistics officer! Help! Alright, let's see what else the advisors have to say. I see you've discovered your military options. While the council does not condone violence, corporations are free to pursue profits by any means necessary. You may be forced to protect your headquarters. If it is destroyed, the council will terminate its contract with your parent corporation. Alright, Vern, what do you got to say for yourself? Hey, Founder, it looks like you don't have an air purifier yet. You know, the air purifier pulls pollution out of the air, making it breathable again. Or as breathable as Titan air gets, anyway. Be careful, it also clears the xanthine out of the air, which means you can't convert it into fuel. You want my advice? Don't put your purifier near your fuel fabricators. Yeah, but I've got my main residential areas are next to... Well, you know what? I can probably put a purifier here. Air purifiers need a hell of a lot of energy, and they aren't as effective as they could be. Turns out it's a lot easier to pollute than it is to clean up afterwards. That's Titan short-sightedness for you. Yeah, so he's just going to tell me about the purifier till I put one down. Hey, Founder, fun fact, xanthine, that weird gas you're making fuel out of, it comes from sinkholes and crevices. There's way more pouring out of sinkholes than crevices, but there's a lot more crevices for whatever reason. The xanthine eventually spreads out, but it's way slower than putting your fabricators near a xanthine source. I think we've got that. I think if anything, we are generating too much fuel at the moment. Oh, hey, Founder, did I tell you about the transmutation and fabrication efficiency factor? We call it the TFEF for short. Catchy, right? Basically, fuel fabricators convert more fuel per minute in areas where the xanthine is rich. The lower the level of xanthine gas, the less fuel you generate. It has to do with the way the rods inside the fabricators react to the density of xanthane in the air. And actually, I just remembered, I'm the only one who cares about this stuff. I should be able to say stuff like that more often. Okay, let's get another energy plant down for these good people. Yeah, if I can, it'd be great to have 2 upgraded energy buildings. Fully upgraded, that is. I actually should work out with the fuel that I've got. So I'm generating 255. What does it take for one of these things? 60. Oh my god! I am generating so much waste. Oh, Jesus. I don't think it's possible for me to build enough energy to be able to... Oh, good lord. Okay, so in theory, I actually want to work this out. Okay. I'm going to hammer my conversion button as much as I possibly can. Get a little slice of residential in there. Yeah. I'll put 2 batches of residential. So yeah, what was it? 16 for fuel stuff. Oh. Oh, sorry, I just got a notification on my phone. It's informing me that it's checking out the nefarious password exposures for me. So yeah, how many is that? 16. It was 255 before, but so that's almost 16, I think. Does that sound right? I think it. Yeah, that seems about right. Good God. I don't think I can afford to build 16 of those. The crazy thing is I actually need more conversion centers. Oh, but I can at least convert people. Again, ridiculous amounts of waste, but... Good news is, by upgrading this, I believe we just still need 1 employee for these, and so I've kind of cut the number of employees that I'll need for this stuff in half. Please get the waste out of there. You're embarrassing yourselves if you don't do... Okay, good. Oh, and we've got spot for another. So 3 new energy plants coming online? That's hard to get upset with. And eventually we'll have a spaceport down here. We almost have no citizens. If we had the spaceport storage, I could fix that, but... Yeah, it's a ghost town right now. I'm lucky I've got a lot of battery capacity. Again, I should probably be thinking a bit about where I want to put some spare juice. I guess I could afford to stick it in there. It's not the most secure location, but on the other hand, it's also not the sort of thing I'm going to be too upset if I lose. Real key right now is the isotopes for the upgrades. I should actually be prioritizing all of these because we're not going to be able to get... We're not going to be able to rely on those batteries forever. And we're going to be pulling down on the grid even more. Okay, let's turn off the council monument for now. Still need to account for 17 more energy. I really want those conversions to happen. I think I'm going to wait it out. I'll try to, at least. I don't really need the extra influence from the count. Well, okay, I can always use extra influence, but donating credits will get me where I need to go with that. Looks like I've got a lot of people dedicated to construction right now. So if we can... I think if we can just sort of deal with the flow, that'll probably be the most helpful. Might actually build a road up to here. I'm not, like, it would really only be for the construction purposes, but maybe I do want to, maybe I want to move out to there. Who knows? It's a shame. I actually would really like to start putting down, so I can't put it on the mineral node, so I think we'd put a command center right here. It's already covered by the pylon. It's actually going to turn that into a priority. And let's get the rest of the scouting out of the way. Again, eventually I need to convert these things into resources I can use, but I'm short on manpower right now, so even doing all this surveying is going to occupy my workers with other tasks. And again, under normal circumstances, I can give them different... prioritize tasks. Oh, that might have been where the difference came from. No, that's not right. It's total 74. So this number adds up. These numbers don't. Interesting. Okay, so we've got a surplus of 29, but that'll go away as soon as I start upgrading. So what I'll do is I'll focus on building up these energy plants until this spot gets cleared out. Did I really not claim that? And then once that's done... Forgot. I built this residential for a reason. Yeah, so I think what I'll do is I'll prioritize building new power plants when and where I can. I'm going to build a road just as a marker for where I want this to go eventually. Still short on minerals. Okay, that's level 3 energy plant, so we're back in action. Might be a small hit that we take after we upgrade these residential areas, but I'll take my chances. So eventually I will, I've got 3 layers to this factory now, or I will have 3 layers to this factory. What I'm going to do is I'm going to stuff this full of more, like residential and monetization stations and whatnot. I'm actually going to do my best to try and cover as many monetization stations as I can without building offices. And then we'll see, I don't know, like I'll just see how far I can get with, without having to build these extra buildings. All right, well, we definitely need you in a job. Mineral, this is always upsetting to see. So we know that we're short on minerals. We've got basically a storage facility that's gone completely unused. We're just waiting for the right people to go where they need to go. Although, honestly, I'd actually prefer this minerals patch to get cleared out first. Whether or not that happens, I have no idea. Okay, top level, you need to wait. We should at least have enough to connect this. Oh yeah, we're laughing for energy. In fact, I could probably just turn on the defensive turrets and never have to worry about them again, but... okay. Make a connection. Forgot to do the extraction like a moron. We're doing okay for turret coverage, but I think that that residential area is going to get owned if I don't have a ship in the area. So the reason why I want this minerals patch to get cleaned up is that's going to be what lets me put down my my secondary shipyard. You know, right beside the fuel tanks that blow up. That's exactly where you want those, right? Hey, we cleaned up the residential area. Today is a good day. Look at this bustling city. I want to make sure that the energy plant's taken care of first. I wonder if it says how many people are working... Interesting, so I don't think it says how many people are working jobs. This is the one thing that I've noticed with the current state of the game in early access. I'm not 100% sure what the point of having more citizens is when you're already generating this many energy credits. One idle. Man, that has been a long time since I've seen that. Okay. The music's gonna get all triumphant. I think we're ready to start doing some nefarious deeds. So this is just a path for my trucks, if I so choose. What I'm really relying on right now is where the last few attacks have come from. Okay, 6 minerals, and then we're able to have some fun. Oh, that's upsetting. We've got enough people in the area, we shouldn't. You know, maybe I'm just going to make another... I'm just going to make another fan to blow the pollution away. Because, like, this is working pretty well. This less so. I seem to be sitting on a reasonably good stack of resources, so... Right, these things don't get adjacency bonuses, they just need one. I'm maybe a little bit less convinced at my ability to clear out the air here. Wait, I don't even have power in that area, do I? Yeah. Well, I guess I can see how effective the air purifier is in this spot. I mean, I really brought this on myself by putting a transport hub here and filling it full of trucks. I had nobody to blame but me on that one. But things are looking pretty good. I mean, people are clearing out all the areas that I want them to. So let's take a look at my command area. Okay, that's cleared out, so we should be able to get another command center down. And I'm just going to focus, so at the moment I'm going to focus on hunting the rebels in the north. Speaking of, we're going to have a new arrival. The spaceport's probably not going to be ready in time for this, so this is going to be likely another nail biter. But it'll also be a good test of my current defense systems. I think once we're done with the... That's unbelievable we're actually at this much waste. I mean, maybe I want to do another batch of conversion center. You know what? I'm going to do that. So we got close to idle before. If I can get one more batch of employees ready to... actually, let's just do a call to arms. So yeah, our energy grid can withstand that. Obviously, it'd be nice if I had a little bit more to show for it. I am going to bring my beefier ship over to the side, because we are a bit fragile on this side. On the other hand, it's not at all obvious that there's anything that's going to threaten me on that side. So, but this is also my source of isotopes, so I don't want to mess around with that supply. All right. Showtime. So it is rather important to me to see where these ships are coming from. That's going to indicate to me where my next batch of command centers are going to go. Also, if there's no threats that come from this side... Oh, hello! Okay, there's one to the south. Ah! Okay, no, we're gonna do this right. Oh, this is dangerous. Okay, so we're gonna pick on the Rainbreaker first. This is a big gap in my armor here. Where's my other ship? Okay. Attacking civilians, shameful. Okay, I gotta get him to go and take on the Penance. Confident that these guys are going to be able to handle... Ooh, careful, guys. Let's make sure we've got the right priorities. Okay, so yes. The Angry Rhea should be going after the escape. This is going to get taken... Actually, this is going to get destroyed in the perfect spot. This, unfortunately, is going to land on my... Okay, not quite perfect. These guys are in trouble. We're just not doing any damage to this thing. Looks like we managed to bait him onto the turret, so that's good news. Unfortunately, he's going to come crashing down on something important. Okay, that's good. Found him. Right, we can't attack more than one at a time. I am curious if we can try and pull him away from the residential area. It'd be nice if we could. Let's try and get as many bodies in as we can before we have to face the consequences of our choices. Or sorry, consequences of our actions. Nah, he's just gonna stay. Oh! Get off of the roadways and I will love you forever. Oh! Okay, well. Can't have it all. Okay, so that is definitely an indicator that I need to be investing in my military. Investing in the military means getting rid of these remaining 3 minerals. We will repair all. Now it looks like I can't afford to have all of my turrets live and ready to go. Oh, it's because I made the new conversion centers. But I feel a whole lot better about being able to build energy in this area, so we're doing okay for minerals. Just in case I want to keep the roadways clear. Unfortunately, I think I just cut myself off from the obvious... Well, you know, okay, yes, I cut myself off from obvious extensions, but I did just say that we weren't facing any threats on this end, so I think we can afford to put another energy plant there. I guess if I feel really paranoid, I could also put down like a turret inside these ruins. Presumably these citizens are dying because of all the pollution. We're working on that with our upgrades. So we'll get a repair job going over here. Oh, sorry, Lord Sloth. Are there any optimizations you can do at your logistics centers? So you mean like the transport hubs? So far as I can tell, they work on their own. You can buy new trucks. All the optimizations happen inside this employee management menu. The challenge for me, and so like basically I could have dedicated employees towards moving minerals and like emptying mines and stuff like that. Excuse me. The reason I'm not doing this is there's a bug in the game where if I touch this, it's gonna change the capture window to just that window. And because I didn't correct that at the start of the stream, I would have like basically I'm trying to make it so that I just don't touch that, and I don't have to worry with about those problems. Yeah, I mean, so what I would do for that would be just to make sure that I have employees that are dedicated to making sure that the mines are always empty. And then I would want to make sure that I have enough employees in place to kind of empty out the... so stuff, I believe it doesn't become relevant unless it's in like your headquarters. If it's not in your headquarters, you may as well not have it. Another round of conversions coming in. That's going to generate a ton of waste, but them's the breaks. Yeah, so basically you want to make sure that kind of everything's flowing the appropriate way. But the real problem that I was having before was just the fact that I didn't have enough employees. I was splitting everyone over all of these different tasks, and it was like because I wasn't telling them what to do, there was confusion. There was it's just no good, basically. I should be able to build that spaceport now, or a shipyard. Don't have employees there. So much pollution. I'm assuming this is all coming from the smokestack at this point. This poor energy depot is still waiting for its isotopes. So again, this is kind of a highway to nowhere, but I'm just reserving the option to do something with it later. Yep, we gotta upgrade you one more time. I'm probably gonna need another command center before we can really stick it to the rebels, but it's nice to know that the option will be available. Because really then we can start focusing on the guys over here and the guys down here. That obviously won't account for everything, but my real hope here is that this gives me some breathing room. I don't know if the number of ships that comes after you goes down, the number of rebel camps that you've come after. But clearly here, like, we're at a point now where I have a decent flow as far as resources are concerned. I want to be investing in my military infrastructure. Actually, you know what a really dumb thing I didn't do was? Boom. Oh. We gotta clear out the rocks. Yeah, once those rocks are done, they've got 2 more shipyards I can put down. The great thing too is that they're ones that I could afford to get rid of in the worst case scenario. I think I might need to make some more conversion centers again. Is there a sensible place for... So I can put conversion centers anywhere. I don't think that group cares about... I don't think they really care about pollution. Yeah, let's stick that right beside the smokestack to show you how committed we are to making it terrible to be an employee. It's the thing of beauty. Okay, apparently I'm denying them their Zenthane, so let's get them... I'll put them over a sinkhole. That should take care of it. I bet you I didn't hit the repair button on this guy. Nope, everything's on fire. I'm wondering if I need to build another smokestack. Like, I don't think it shows how much processing it does. Honestly, I think what's going on here is that I just don't have enough logistical capability to get this thing, like, firing. I'm not really building any fuel in here, so I think just to be nice, I'll put another air purifier down. Really? Oh, that's right. I could. There would be Zenthane in this spot. This is actually not a good place for me to put that. So if I want, good God. Yeah, so if I ever feel like reliving the glory days of trying to work out the number of habitats and monetization stations and conversion centers and whatnot, I can do that again. I think I'm gonna wait until I've kind of played around with what I have available here. I don't know why I'm doing this, but I will. Well, I kind of know why. It's so that I don't take this up with something else. But yeah, at this point, I'm gonna make at least a gesture towards trying to keep the air breathable for the citizens. The good news is the further out I go here, the more the easier it's going to be to build homes. The other thing that's nice is residential does provide some protection from pollution. I don't know if it says it inside the description, but we're like there is a good reason to build those buildings. Okay, so you can connect air purifiers. Again, it's not great, but I'm working with what I got as far as the pollution is concerned. And in future, I'll just make sure that all the residential areas get built like all the way away from the pollution generating areas. So we now have 2 NVIDIA cards working hard on giving us clean, breathable air, which means I probably should be working on more energy. These rocks are a priority. Yeah, let's start building some exciting ships. So I think this is gonna be my first heavy. So we could go for the Sirmas, the Spitsatus, Cathartes, Kunter, and the Caracas. Oh man, there's gonna be so many ways I can screw up the Caracas. We'll start with the light one. I should probably hold off for the next little while because it looks like we're short on minerals. Well, 95 isn't exactly short, but I think you get the idea. Like, I should cool it for a bit while we deal with the other priorities. But this should give me capacity for 6. I'm pretty sure I can sustain 6 ships off of that. Oh yes, I'll also be curious what Vern has to say about my choices. Doesn't feel like this thing's purifying the air very much. Well, I did my best, folks. I guess knowing that these are clear, I could try and put a fan on this spot, and that might actually, like, just at the edge kind of clear out this residential area. But I really don't like the idea of having to try and relocate that shipyard, so. Oh, here we go. Okay, so just on the edge of what we need. So let's find the edge of where I want to put that pylon. So these ruins are exactly where I want to be. So we've got a slum, we've got a rebel HQ, rebel turret. All the goodies. This is actually going to be a priority. And the good news is, once we get an idea of what the pollution levels are, so I guess maybe we build some nice residential areas up here. Now we know why the rebels are so pissed off. We're putting all the pollution at the end. God, this is really horrible. Did I make this? Am I responsible for such a miserable place to live? Yeah, you know what? I'll have a heart. I'm going to put an air purifier here. It's just to save me the cost of bringing people onto the planet again. So at this point, I'm just prioritizing the red artifacts. You know, the problems I have with resources are logistical, not they're not a function of any. They're not because I'm short. Oh, I can build a conversion center. They're still building the ship. Okay, we'll salvage that. So again, this is where the pylon's going, and then we're going to build the command center as close as we can. So I think we'll probably stick it right. I normally want to put it here to sort of maximize the distance, but these are like ruins that I can get resources from, whereas hitting the other, well, I'm indecisive. I guess it doesn't really matter. This makes a little more sense, I think, so let's get some scouting teams to see what goodies we can find in these areas. This is Hotkey V I'm pushing, by the way, for those of you who either own this game or are planning on picking it up. They've been... I can't remember if this was in the base game or not, but, or sorry, not the base game. This is the base game. I can't remember if this was something that was in what was originally released into early access. But I know from one of the dev streams, they were talking about how they'd like to make sure that build more conversion. Okay. I know they're looking to sort of build more support for things like hotkeys and just generally minimizing the number of... So like if you think about how you interact in this game, right, you've got the overall size of the map. That's always fixed. But what happens is, think of the number of things that you'll do to a given tile. So, okay, so I want to survey it, and then I got to hit the survey button, and then, I'll click claim, and then I'll click, resources or artifacts, and then I'm going to wind up clicking a bunch of things to be able to build something on it. And then you repeat that for... n tiles. You're maybe spending more time doing some things that doesn't interest you that much. That's kind of like the extreme version of that case. Clearly, that's not the, oh my god, yeah, I completely forgot I did this madness. Okay. That's cool, they give you the option. I'm going to have so many people available. I'm also probably going to have so many power problems. Oh, crumbs. I forgot where I was going to put the... Right, this is where I was going to put the pylon. So again, here I'm just kind of waiting to digest the tasks I've already given people.
Survey complete. Survey complete.
There's got to be a point at which this smokestack starts burning stuff.
Survey complete.
Air quality's getting a bit better.
Survey complete.
Okay, this is good news.
Conversion complete. Survey complete.
So once this thing's salvaged, okay, well. This obviously won't have power until the pylon's up and running, but I might as well build where I can.
Salvage complete.
This is probably a redundant air purifier now that I know what I know, but I don't think it hurts for me to work on that. Here, I'm probably overdoing it as far as conversion centers are concerned, but again, I'm not really all that worried about my employees' ability to watch ads right now. I'm worried about their ability to move materials around the board. One thing I can do about my waste problem is I could try and oh, that's right. I've got space for more power. Not pylons, plants. I could try building another smokestack, but again, I don't think the problem is that I don't have enough capacity in the smokestack. I think the problem is that I don't have enough people moving waste to the smokestack. I could kick the can down the road by adjusting my waste capacity. So right now in my headquarters, I've got 2 floors of storage, and none of it is dedicated to waste except for the waste receptacles. So if I wanted, I could mess around with that a bit. But I don't know. I really feel like I put the investment into the smokestack. It's up to the smokestack to be able to deliver on its job. Let's see how my... Alright, so we're ready to go with this guy. Now I'm going to try something a little different on... Oh, hang on. It's only 4 shots? I thought there would be more. So I was going to do something like... Well, you know, we can still put large lasers on it. Because, like, this is almost designed for large lasers. The real question, though, is what do I do with the rest? So I was thinking maybe for a little variety, I put some medium lasers on. So the challenge here is that the large laser is slow charging. 6 tiles in a line is great. Normal charging laser that hits 4 tiles in a line, and then small laser, fast charging laser that hits 2 adjacent tiles. So I mean, I might even put a couple of stubby little, small lasers on, just so that I can get some quick pot shots at the enemy. It's not what I originally would have thought to do, but I actually think is a somewhat defensible configuration. So I guess in total, this would be 6, 8 in terms of energy. I'm going to need at least 2 life support. So that's 10 energy. Medical is 11. Okay, so as far as energy is concerned, the large and small generator combo is what the doctor ordered again. Unfortunately, I can't quite put it in a corner like I did. Well, I guess I can do that. The real challenge is that it's because I have a specific spot where a worker needs to be. Oh, that's right. Hang on. So we've got 4 workers. 5, 6. Okay, yeah, 2 life support will be fine. So the thing I'm trying to figure out is what's the best way for me to, like, how do I put this thing down in a way that allows me to sort of economize on space? Oh, you know what? I think I found it. Bingo. Got space for an engine. So I'm gonna have to get a little fancy with my relays, but I think that's a small price to pay. Yeah, actually, this isn't too bad at all. This is just shy of what I want it to be. So if I drop a large relay here. You know what? I'm going to see what happens on this end first. I need to put down some life support still, but I kind of want to see what my relay coverage looks like before I start making some specific choices. And then for my generators, I need 3, 1, so a large fuel fabricator is what the doctor ordered there. Yeah, this will work. So I'm gonna get the relays down before I do anything else. And this is like the maintenance crew, and then I don't know, put another set of crew pods. Maybe this time I won't put it by the fuel tank. We actually have a lot more space than I thought we would. I suspect what I could probably get away with would be to put down another life support system, and I could afford to put some things like light shields down. I don't know. I'm actually kind of interested. I think there's a way to copy ship designs, and I don't know, like the economy of this one is sort of appealing, so maybe if I can copy designs, maybe I'll run with this. I do need to still have life support, so it seems to me this is an acceptable placement. Actually, you know what? Let's stick them both here. You know what? I don't need to do that quite yet. This ship actually might have a sensible layout and and design. I'm slightly appalled that I've managed to pull that off. We're still short on what we need, so let's get some conversion center upgrades in. I still want to prioritize the extra energy plant. Looks like that's already under construction. So I have a feeling that once these conversion centers actually start operating, we're going to run into energy problems again. We're definitely not going to be able to survive with all of our defenses on for through day-to-day operations. So there's a pretty good argument for me to just constantly produce power plants until I don't have any more space. So I'm getting a little bit of a better idea as far as the coverage. So what happens if I do... Alright, so the adjacency doesn't seem to work when I do this. It's a little disappointing. I'm trying to decide if 2... Yeah, you know what? I think 2 relays... It's not pretty, but it does the trick. And then that allows me to stick a life support in the middle there. I still need to figure out where I put my trio of other crew pods. So one thing I'm going to be trying to do, if I can, is find little corners for me to stick batteries in. No, you know what? I'm probably going to have to add a specific... Well, I don't know. I'll probably surprise myself with what I can pull off. I don't think it would hurt to have another relay down just to give myself a set of batteries. And then, of course, fuel tanks. Maybe I want to work out my crew pods, though. Solved. Sadly cut stuff off, so I can't quite afford that. Oh, that's right, medical support needs energy. But that's not bad, actually. Because now if I put down this relay, it means I can start sticking some batteries in there for backups. And again, it's a really weird layout, but it actually gets me pretty much everything that I need. I can also afford to put some chunky tanks. Sadly, that cuts me off from something I want to have access to. Yeah, I can still make that work. What are you guys doing? This needs 3. This needs 1. This is apparently generating 7. Well, I'm sure they'll work it out amongst themselves. I just need to see what kind of reserves I can... I think anything else I do is going to close off... options. So now I just try packing stuff in where I can fit it. Yeah, no need to get fancy. I think, honestly, this is good enough for me. Okay, now we have some opportunities to do some conversions, so I'm going to get those dealt with first. And then I'll worry about bringing in the pops after. And it looks like we are... What? Ah, because there's task in progress. I was a bit weirded out by the fact that it seemed like I had all these isotopes and there was nothing happening, but I see now why. Select this type of building to build another, but I guess I can't do that for ships, which is a little bit of a shame. I mean, I know part of the fun of this game is building everything, but you can see I really struggle with ship construction. Oh, I'm sorry, Lord Sloth. You probably asked that question a long time ago, and then I was trying to work things out. So, in your top left, what are the 5 icons? Science, you presume? No, there's no science. So, top left indicates artifacts. So, it says here, artifacts are the ancient technological devices harvested from ruins. They can be used to convert citizens to employees or trade with the council for influence. I think there's the implication that there are two other resources which will be added into the game later. The council communications here are, council communications is the next tab. So this is my influence. Influence I'll use to buy tiles. I can also use it in trading. So for instance, I get, I'll just donate my credits. So that's got my influence. I could have spent 10 influence to get minerals, isotopes, or credits. Citizens here are basically they're like normal, they're everyday people. Sorry, I'm a little weirded out by the fact that I seem to be short on employees. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So who's not working? Okay, so Beyond is accounted for. Alora is accounted for. Eben is accounted for. Errol is accounted for. Ash is accounted for. Is it Nord that we don't have? Where's that slacker? I don't get it. Where's my guy? It's ready to launch, but I'm missing a crew member. Okay, but yeah, so citizens can basically be used for generating credits. You put them to work in offices, so build habitat pods or residential buildings to increase living space. Living space determines how many citizens can be stored. Employee management, so these are workers. Workers are citizens that you've converted into even more productive members of society. So you use red artifacts to turn citizens into workers. And then finally there's off-world migrations here, and this is how you get new citizens, basically. So now the 4434 and 7974, did that happen to be these numbers over here, Lord Sloth? Again, I'm sorry, I kind of fell down the rabbit hole of looking at the game and didn't properly check on chat. Okay, what's the deal here? Okay, so we've got a new employee, and they too are slacking on the on the weapons. And I wouldn't mind it, except for the fact that I genuinely do not know. I genuinely do not know where this person is. We'll just check the crew pods to make sure that they're not like hiding out inside. Oh, there it is. Okay, so I'm going to dismantle the laser and then rebuild it. Yeah, there's no way of canceling the destruction once you assign it. How unusual. Anyways, no rebel attacks coming yet, so we've got a little bit of time. This is now level 3, so we should assign people to work on it. So we'll have 2 level 3 energy plants coming online before too long. Oh, I screwed up. So they're not going to let me upgrade this because I'm using it. I'll have to remember for next time. But yeah, if the question was about these numbers up here, basically I have a capacity for 52 citizens, I've got 16, I've got capacity for 98 employees, and I currently have 93. 93. And I'm trying to bring more bodies onto the planet. And of course, one of the reasons why I'm improving the number of employees that I have is basically so they can start moving around all the trash and burning it. As you can see, the smokestack is doing the thing that the smokestack does best. And everyone's happy except the people who live under the pollution. Which admittedly is fewer than it used to be, and will probably be reduced even further once we get that air purifier in. Right, are you done dismantling yet? Yes. Okay, so let's try and get that small laser back. Oh, you know what? I think I found out what happened here. I'm going to bet you that it didn't have power, and that's why. I'm almost certain that's why that didn't work. So, this give me a chance to stick a couple more batteries in there. So, it's a pity, but we're okay. Now, this is a bit of an experimental run, right? Because normally I'd want to be packing as much firepower as I can. But what I'm hoping here is that I have kind of a decent firing cadence. So the small lasers kind of keep the damage up while the large ones charge. The nice thing is they're also somewhat distributed. So this ship is probably a little bit less vulnerable to a sudden unlucky string of attacks. These numbers are making me very happy. I'm actually debating on just like opening up these other shipyards and getting some other templates down. I wonder how brave I'm feeling. Before I do too much, let's just we'll claim what we can. I mean, we can't get the whole thing, but we'll put a good dent in there. Nice. The fact that there are, I think the fact that there are turrets makes me think that in the future you're not going to take out the rebels by sort of landing, like putting territory over. Instead, what you're probably going to have to do is send ships to fight them, which is an exciting prospect. But obviously, I will consider the game as it is now, not as it might be in the future. Okay, so I guess we had ships coming down from this side of the map, but we also had some coming sort of from over here. And that invites some interesting questions in terms of where I'd like my development to go. There is something very tempting about moving out here because I can see that there's some minerals patches. But then it just occurred to me that I don't actually have a really good way of hooking that into my transportation network. Okay, no, I've got that answered now because if I can build a road sort of around here. So this may not be the most efficient way to find the rebels, but it is going to be a reasonably efficient way for me to get to where I want to go. So we'll clear that out. I think what I'm actually going to do here is all of the ruins at the edge of my territory are ripe for redevelopment. So I'm gonna run an experiment here and just see what happens if I turn on these turrets. This poor energy depot is still waiting on. Okay, so we can still maintain the grid with all of our defensive turrets on. That's good to know. I don't think there's any reason for me to keep this thing sitting in the shipyard, so this is our first heavy ship. I was hoping for something with a few more guns though, so I'll have to think a bit. It's a slow mover. Okay, so maybe I want to try the Caracas. I wonder if it says how many guns you can... No. But yeah, let's just go... I want to go for like a really frightening heavy hitter. If I could get one with 6 guns, that would be great. Because then that would be just kind of a pair of large, a pair of medium, a pair of small. And you know what? I'm gonna go drunk with power. Let's try a Kunter. I'm gonna try like one of every heavy ship. Which is probably gonna devastate my minerals, but that's why God made mines. So this doesn't mean that I'm actually gonna, like, work with these things. I'm probably just going to... I'm gonna build them sort of in my own time, but... Alright, so one of these has got to be a command center, one of these got to be a pylon. I guess there's no rule saying I have to do it one at a time, so let's spread the love. I don't see a whole lot of reason to check this out, so we kind of know where the threats have been coming from. Oh, there's another isotope node. So that is rather good news for... Ah, nuts! That was very short-sighted of me. So I put my defense turret right in the middle of where I would want my road to go. Okay, this is not impossible to solve. Actually, I guess technically this energy pylon is where I would have wanted that to go, but I think it can still maintain the network. So I gotta prioritize these ruins. Well, hopefully they actually do it this time, and I can get a head start. Oh, I'm short on minerals. I'm going to build a defense turret right here and then dismantle this one. I would actually do it right now because we just removed the threat. But I have a small concern. Oh, we've got room for more workers. Yeah, so I'm a little concerned about the fact that we're gonna need more minerals soon. So if the roads take quite a bit in terms of minerals to get going. So in this case, what I'll do is I'll build the defensive turret first, then I'll start building the road up to the new isotope node. Oh, I didn't have any warning about that one that time. I'm glad that we got our fleets in place. Alarm! Actually, I should probably be moving. I don't want to completely ignore the other parts of the map. Just okay, they just outed themselves there. Ah! Sneaky. This is definitely a really weak spot, so. There you go for the fuel turbine. Oh, you better. Oh no, that's the energy plant. Okay. What? Oh my god! We are hosed. Why is this defense turret not... This is character building, that's for sure. Okay, this thing's up and running now. Trap. It's actually really cool to see large-scale combat like this, but it's not the easiest thing in the world to follow. So this is the Ashen Python. I actually want him to go smack up the Dog of Hope. So I'm a little worried about the Angry Rhea, which seems to indicate that there's its large lasers are getting banged up. And it doesn't have any generator. So I'm hoping that they'll be able to run interference while the defense turret does its thing. I think I'm going to need to get some people a little more involved in the... Oh, my beloved infrastructure! Oh, this defense turret is in so much trouble. Okay. Gotta change it up. Angry Rhea's gotta take a trip to the shipyard. The Ashen Python, let's get them to work on the Dog of Hope actually, because then we might be able to save the defense turret. Giant Agath might be able to take out the Dog of Hope. So we're probably going to lose the shipyard. I think that's one I'm willing to accept, though. I wonder why I can't rebuild all. Well, if I needed any indication that I need to start taking the rebels more seriously, I think this is it. I know you can't attack more than one at a time. I just kind of want to... Oh, that's right. I can't land because I've made all of these. I've made all of these frames. Well, that wasn't a very clever thing for me to do, was that? Okay. So, looks like we also lost the energy depot. So we'll repair all, rebuild. Guess we don't get to rebuild the destroyed shipyard, so I'll manually rebuild it. Yeah, that was a pretty devastating attack, to be honest. Alright. That's things not done building yet. So at this point I wanted to see if there's any hulls that I... okay, thing's almost done. We'll upgrade the energy pylon. Prioritize the... Definitely prioritize the road. That's going to be how we rebuild. Oh, we can cancel the alarm. So it might have been the fact that the alarm was going that stop that. Anyways, I do need to be really careful now because the energy depot was pretty important. So yeah, I mean, good on the rebels. That was a really devastating attack that they just pulled off. All right. The one catch is there were so many threats. We didn't get a good test as to whether or not the design worked. Looks like I'm stuck. Looks like I'm stuck with this format, so I'll make the best of it. It's all symmetrical, so I don't know what I think I'm accomplishing by getting picky about individual zones. I also noticed that I actually tend to waste a lot of space. So in this case, I'm okay. That's a little egregious. So in this case, I'm just going to try and make sure that there's a little bit better coverage with my relays. Oh, that's frustrating. Okay, I'm going to have to put a large one down here. And it still has to dangle over the edge. Fair enough. I don't think that's going to reach where I need it to. But I do get to pack this full of batteries when the time comes. Next up, we need life support for 2 batches of crewmen. And then medbay. You know what, maybe I could afford a larger generator. Well, no, because then I stopped generating my surplus with the fuel fabricator. That's why I didn't do that. So yeah, I guess the rest of this is just packing it full of batteries and calling it a day. Ooh. Forgot. I'm gonna need those minerals for something else. Can't help myself though. Yeah, so the real danger here is that I've got my ship, like, so I've got units that need to get repaired, and all of my shipyards are occupied with making new units. So if the rebels attack now, I'm in no shape to fight them. Okay, logistics-wise. Oh god, we are screwed. Okay, that thing's got to get cleared up yesterday. This stuff not getting cleared out, I'm fine with. I can live with that. We need our minerals flowing as fast as possible. You can get an upgrade. You can get an upgrade. Isotopes are fine. So anything that requires isotopes, I'm happy to give them what they need. Minerals, basically, I'm rationing those until I was really hoping I could catch another rebel base, but I think probably I'm gonna have to rebuild, and then we'll be ready for our next phase when Wednesday comes along. Oh, but I'm getting close to my cap of influence, so let's think about what I want to do. At this point, I don't even really care about the tiles. This is more just me dumping influence. Okay. Looks like this gets me resources. So oddly enough, some of these resource tiles actually become pretty useful to me right now. We already claimed that, so... God, they got me good there. Well, they got me good, and then I didn't do myself any favors with how I built everything. Yeah, I'm not ready to launch that. Like, I really do want to clear out a shipyard as soon as possible, but I don't want to launch the thing prematurely just to get repairs in. I think prioritizing the roads should be sufficient, but I mean, oh right, it's the waste that's getting in the way. So unless they have the good sense to actually start clearing out the waste and realize that's the logjam, we're gonna be waiting for that for a while. Okay, I'm gonna do a save really quick, just because there's a set of decisions that I would make regarding priorities that I'm not going to make in order to prevent the game from sort of locking out changing the visuals. And I'm getting close to the end of tonight. I'm actually already an hour past where I thought I was going to be, but I've been having a good time with it, so... but yeah, I need to move this defense turret either here or here. I need to get a road up to the isotope node and eventually get a mine there. For the time being, I'm just going to watch my workers do their thing. I will put well, they're already building the conversion center. Certainly no shortage of things for the workers to do. Unfortunately, the roads really would have made this a lot easier for them. Really?
Device complete. Device complete. Device complete.
It says I can't support any more. I don't believe you, game. It says I have 119.
Device complete.
Are you gonna make me build more? Because I'll build more. Yeah, so it says I have 8 conversion slots. But it says I can't support anymore. Interesting. Okay, looks like some of the minerals are starting to flow again, but that might just be coming from my... Oh god, we're ready. Okay. So let's get this thing built and launched. Kind of sticking batteries wherever I can at this point. And then eventually I'm going to stick some fuel somewhere, but... It'd be nice if I didn't put it so close to the guns, but... Wow! Give me more minerals. How much does that carry? 600? I think that'll be enough. So once this thing's ready to launch, we'll start repairing my my existing fleet. I mean, eventually I'll also start clearing out. Okay, fascinating. So why is my... Oh, I see what happened. I bet this is disabled now because it's drowning in garbage. That's exactly what happened. That sucks, actually. Because I would have been able to support more workers who would have then been able to clear out the garbage. But that's fine. We're eventually... The logjam is on its way to being finished. So... there's a few extraction jobs that I've given people, which they're probably going to want to work on. After that, though, I think they're going to build the spaceship, they're going to build the command centers, and eventually they're going to figure out that they need to clear out the waste. Actually, my new priority with minerals is to build a new shipyard as soon as I have access. Yeah, this is such a pity to see all these guys moving around like this. It physically pains me to see my roads like that. I mean, don't get me wrong, I absolutely would have put redundancies inside of this transport network, except that this very spot here, it's impossible. And sort of my initial conditions were such that, you know, this highway kind of wound up being what it was. I'm a little more culpable for this one. Realistically, I could have put the fuel storage over here. Although I guess now that I put the shipyard in place, there's nothing to be done with that. But yeah, there's a couple things about the way the map turned out that made this less than desirable as far as some of the road placement went. I'm gonna prioritize the destroyed building just so I can build the shipyard, or at least start building the shipyard. I wonder if there's an option to see all of my ships.
Device complete.
Okay, so the Ashen Python's somewhere. Oh, here it is. This is like my only fighting, only ship capable of fighting right now. Okay, I can start building stuff again. So let's think about how I want to do that. First of all, military, shipyard.
Cannot build here.
You absolutely need to get built as soon as humanly possible. You are not yet ready to launch. That's a bit of a shame. What else do I want to build? Okay, get you upgraded, get you upgraded. Right, defensive turret. So, right, we're not ready for you yet. Wait, really? Oh, right, it's 60. Yeah, that actually makes total sense. So we're really waiting on this thing being able to launch. Oh my god, I forgot engines. Ah! Rookie mistake. These get priority too. I guess they're charging the batteries at least. Still, not the blunder you want to make when you've got a queue for repairs. I could really use these energy depots coming online. Okay, so let's speed things up. I'm gonna keep a very close eye on our ability to launch. So I'm gonna prioritize basically the Alpha Osprey looks like it's the one that's worse off. So what's the deal with these guys? They're running in place. Okay, so what are your actual problems now that everything's working? Okay, so it's actually not as bad as that. The workers are just making some highly questionable decisions. Okay, now this... this I can believe being a problem. Is everyone dead? Oops! My bad. I probably should have looked into what contributed to that, but yes, you are now the priority for repairs. Wait a minute. This was my... Right, this was my medium. So Giant Athene seems to have actually done rather well. So I think that's maybe a style of ship that I'll employ in the future. So what are we waiting on here? One engine? Yeah. Okay. Specifically 3 minerals. But let's maybe think about some other things that I can be doing with the time instead of just watching things happen. Okay, clear those ruins so that we can put another batch of... get another batch of workers. I might also want to make another residential area before too long, but let's take a look at what the pollution looks like. So I can afford to do one of these, and like anything else, and I'm tempting fate. Well, actually, you know what? I don't even need to... need to start using my head. So we just build residential here. We can also start clearing out the surrounding ruins. Although I guess I'm creating more work for my guys. Oh, Jesus Christ, there's another enemy attack on its way. Okay, Giant Athene, what's your deal now? I actually need you to be performing. Am I really that dumb? Unbelievable. What was I thinking? Okay. Okay, we're ready to launch. Cool. Let's see if we can survive this. Because we haven't rebuilt since the last attack. We got isotopes to spare. Okay, I think at this time we gotta do the call to arms. So, Forgotten Hornet, Giant Athene. Okay, so the Ashen Python is actually combat ready. I don't exactly want to be throwing it into the thick of it, but... Now, there used to be an option to burrow everything. Burrowing your city protects it from attacks, temporarily hiding buildings underground. Okay, I'm actually going to wait to see when they attack. And when that happens, I'm going to burrow. Obviously, not everything's going to be able to burrow, but I'm at least going to hold off the worst of it. Okay, so we got to do a couple of things with you. So first, get that hideous battery out of there. Yeah, the rest of this has just got to be repaired. That's one of mine. I was like, oh Jesus, they're on us. Okay. Again, keep cool. Let them come to us. Okay, so one from over there, one from down below here. Okay, they're going after my mine. Why is the Forgotten Hornet already damaged? It's not. Crap. Okay, I gotta do this call to arms a lot faster. So basically, once something that can burrow is under attack, we're gonna go for it. Until then. Ooh. Living dangerously. Yeah, they're all picking some good targets. What do I hate the most? Okay, so I think we go to the Rainbreaker first. So that's going to be another road that probably gets crushed. Yikes. They're everywhere. Okay, so now we're going to hit burrow just so I can have a little more... Okay, so apparently we're short on Zenthane here, so I'm going to go over the crevice. How are those repairs coming? Yeah, maybe you want to start those. How are you out of power already? This defensive turret should be able to carry the day. I think we just got to get the repairs already underway. So they're going after the... This unfortunately is the one that I... Oh, cool. It might have survived. We gotta get you into the fight, though. Oh no, they're still going after the... Okay, the shipyard's not gonna make it. Something killed by sickness. This fight's gonna be over by the time this thing's done repairing. Okay, the Ashen Python's almost toast. I mean, it's a respectable enough showing. We've lost one shipyard, but we have a surplus of those. And this guy might be in the range of the turret. Device under construct. What? I'm assuming it's this thing that's... Oh no, they're getting rid of the... That had to be a priority. That's upsetting that that took that long. So I don't see any way that this guy loses, but I suppose the good news is that I suspect when my navy is in full strength, where, yeah, I should probably mention, by the way, once you start fielding a few large ships and once your city starts getting bigger, things do start to drag a little bit. It's also possible that I'm running the... Let me just see what my... memory's still okay. I'm sort of... I'm getting to the edge of what's acceptable, but... Okay, fortunately this guy's gonna crash into the sea, it looks like. Oh no, he's just gonna hit my power plant, I bet. Okay, I can unclench now. I'm very curious as to whether or not this rebuild all does anything. But we are down two shipyards, which means I probably can't maintain my existing fleet. I'm also a little weirded out by the fact that this thing's still damaged, but... If I had... You know what? I'm tempted to do this just so that I can get... Oh no, it looks like I've got a worker taking the minerals away. Oh yeah, and I'm at max influence. I should have been paying attention to that too. So, give me artifacts. More delicious artifacts. It's 2 conversion centers. This thing's max. Okay, so we've got the max distance for this command center, and it didn't really show us anything. It's pretty clear that there's enemies coming from down here, so I should probably just bite the bullet and put down an energy pylon and a command center at the edge here as well. and I'm still gonna be able to support the logistics. I guess we've kind of got all that we can on this. Oh, hang on. I also wanted to build a defense turret. I guess this will have to do. And it's just as well we didn't get rid of that one, because it would have been pretty catastrophic if I'd lost that. Get it off my ship! Yeah, you're gonna want to get out of here, my friend. Cool. So, I wouldn't have normally made the Ashen Python the next one to move in, but obviously this thing's on the verge of death, so changing priorities. Move you over some fuel. So this should just be a straight repair job. There shouldn't be anything too savory to worry about. I am slightly annoyed that we're still waiting on both energy depots. The energy depots are going to be what saves me if they manage to take out one of my pylons. Well, the pylons maybe, maybe not. But definitely if they take out a power plant, stored energy is the only thing that's gonna keep my defensive structures alive. Oof. That's something. They like Leonidas at Thermopylae. Cool. This guy's in the queue, but he's pretty far back. The Forgotten Hornet did all right there, I think. If I had more minerals, I could probably afford to build up another one of those large ships, but I don't think it would hurt for me to just chill and let the workers do their thing. Let's face it, this is not gonna do anything. Let's just salvage it, move on. Now, what you might have noticed is that I've not tried to, I haven't surveyed any of these ruins. This is because I want my workers to be focusing on things like getting my my logistics back in order, and doing stuff like building my my conversion centers. It actually occurred to me I didn't pay attention to where the defensive turret, where the pylon was, but fortunately we're covered by the fact that I'm building an energy pylon in a command center here. Pay attention to the fact that I can combine residential area. I thought I built another one. I probably intended to and then got sidetracked. Okay, actually, you know what? This is looking pretty good on this side. I'm sure once the smokestack starts going, and once I get my trucks running again, I'm going to have some pollution problems, but at the very least we won't be losing any citizens to sickness. Okay, this is the time I really should be. I probably should have wrapped up a little bit sooner. But here's the plan for the next few rounds. I really need to find where these rebels are coming from. I think what I'm going to do, it's pretty clear here that there have been some situations where I really could have benefited from being a little more granular in my orders to my workers. And so I think probably I'm going to make sure that my stream settings are appropriate for next time. Other than that, though, so I kind of feel like a full court press is appropriate here. So realistically, like, what am I going to be building? At this point, it's really things to acquire more minerals and isotopes. So, you know, I've got the option to build a mine up here. We know that there's danger probably down here, and there's danger somewhere over here. And at this point, as long as I have the minerals to be able to build it, I should basically be building as many command centers and pylons as I can. Speaking of, let's smash the rocks. I guess I'll put the command center here. There might be some sense in kind of going in the top right, but I think right now I'll spread out sort of along this way, and then we can always, you know, focus our attention to the top right in future. It's neat though, because I'm definitely sort of feeling like I'm having to earn my win here. Like the AI is definitely not just sort of sitting by waiting for me to wipe out their possessions like it kind of felt like they did in the past. I need to find a way to dump some influence, so I'm just going to go on a claim spree. But yeah, I mean, we're definitely at the phase now where I really shouldn't be dedicating resources to anything other than hunting down rebels. The one catch is that because a lot of my infrastructure is really dependent on my ability to move trash around, I need to be a little conscious of my ability to to move my I do need to be a bit conscious about my workforce and basically their ability to get the stuff done. But other than that, I still think this will turn into a win. Might be a closer win than what I would want, but I think when Wednesday, like I mentioned, when Wednesday comes along, what I'm probably going to do is enable full screen mode so I can put waste movement, waste disposal to a max. Because basically, here's what's happening in my region right now. I could have a much better sort of set of I could have a much better, more efficient workers, let's say, if I prioritized waste disposal. Waste disposal would clear out this road, that would get people building the roads back in place. That would mean that the isotopes, which I don't really need, and the minerals, which I do need, would be flowing towards headquarters. I could use that to do things like build new ships or, repair. Am I really missing someone? It said it was ready to go. All right, Ashen Python, what's your story? Yeah, you don't have a full crew. What the hell? Why did you say you were ready to go? So once these get destroyed, these should be priorities because I'm on a rebel hunt. Yeah, I don't believe that at all. This is anything but repaired. Although I guess HP wise, it's ready to go. So like these things are still, I guess these things are still producing. Or are they? Because like nobody's actually doing anything on this ship. Disabled. No employees. That's so odd. So it says that he's really damn... Yeah. So it's almost like there's totally different employees on the ship. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I believe I lose crew experience as a result of that, but give them some fresh crew. Hopefully that'll reset whatever AI is in place for them. This is up to level 3, so that's some good news there. You need to get up to level 3 yourself. I keep saying that I should be wrapping up and I'm doing anything but. Are you level 3 yet? No. But on Wednesday, when I get them to prioritize waste, what's going to happen is the roadways are going to be open. So everything that I do and everything that's going to require workers and like goods is going to basically it's just going to happen so much faster. So I'm going to turn you off and upgrade you to level 3. So now I feel safe dismantling this one. The reason for that is that I know that this is going to become level 3. Also prioritize this one, but not prioritize that. We're ready to go, so... I guess on this one I'll put the energy pylon... I think the extra hex of vision probably is more valuable to me. As always, I'll say that these are priority, but this one was a priority, and the fact that there's still waste for them to be cleared out of. Let's say I'm not optimistic about it happening. Okay, I'm very curious what happens with this crew member. I suppose in the worst case scenario, if they don't actually go to work, okay. So I'm also going to do some dismantling then. So I'm going to dismantle the damaged components and I'm going to rebuild them. And my hope is that they'll actually start working. Probably won't wait for the end of the stream for that. This guy's on his way. I think I'll at least get the command centers built. Or at least as close to built as we can hope. The worry, of course, is the time that it's taking to rebuild the Ashen Python is going to be time that I'm not able to repair my other ships. And that really hurts us if the rebels attack again. The lead time on the warnings is definitely getting shorter, to a point where I might actually just want to have the turrets sort of up and ready to go at all times. I'm still not 100% sure how I feel about that, but it's an option I'm considering. Okay, so we're going to get some useful information out of Command Center 3, or level 3. These probably won't get built in time. Now I can prioritize this thing being dismantled. Although, again, There's other infrastructure that's slightly more important to me right now. Bingo! Okay. So I found one base. That's going to mean that there's 2 left when all is said and done. How quickly we get to them is a whole other question. But the closer I get to finding where they are, the better I feel about it. Because like you've noticed, once I actually am able... So the thing that's really interesting about this, I think this game overall, is like once I actually know where the rebels are, the ability for me to direct my economy towards like wiping them out is really impressive. Like you can wipe them out in fairly short order as long as you have enough workers and sort of the ability to move things where they need to be. Of course, that's the big question, you know, whether or not you've got people moving where things need to be going. I have a nice little reserve of minerals here just because I haven't been working on stuff. But that doesn't necessarily mean that that's like a desirable state of affairs. That's more just kind of practically where things have landed. I'm trying to debate whether or not I want to put another command center up here. Yeah, you know what? Let's go for it. So... It's not like I need the isotopes, but it does give me something to work with. So we'll salvage you. We will take you for the artifacts. Now, unfortunately, we're going to generate a lot of waste with these rocks. But what I'm going to do here is I'm going to claim without extracting. And then basically we'll just get a road all the way up to these isotopes. We've got another source. Now again, we're going to have 2 basically full-strength isotope mines. This is not exactly how I would normally play it. But you know, I have access to a resource. It's an unlimited amount, so it's really hard for me to say that it's a bad idea for me to work on that. Also, now that I know that the homeless camp is here, there's a side of me that thinks maybe I should put the military base down here and the pylon up here. They're both going to cover it, but putting the command center closer to the base. So you are now priorities because you let me win. It just occurred to me I should make these should also be priorities. Sorry, this game creeps up on you. I know I said I was going away, and yet I'm really having a good time. Okay, bunch of space storage problems in the spaceport. Oh, we can at least put the plan for the shipyard down. I think the waste is gonna... I mean, it's gonna be like this one. I can say priority all I want, but unless they actually put some stuff down. You know what? It just occurred to me that I can probably free up another shipyard if I build... Nope! What? This doesn't make any sense! There's 73 of 72 minerals here. Oh, glorious. Okay, we're gonna get a... Okay, this is gonna give us our... this is gonna open the way for minerals again. That's actually really good news. So I feel a bit better about... Hey, all right. Now that I've got that base within my grasp, I'm a little more willing to put the time in. Okay, so fuel fabricator there first. Oh, hang on. I thought I saw something. Nope, that's still at full function. Okay, so now I feel a little bit better about putting these roads down. I did not realize that this was not yet level 3. Okay, you're ready for an upgrade. You're ready to get built in the first place. Definitely priorities. And if I'm lucky, maybe they'll even clean up the factory at some point. But yeah, that is wonderful news that I've got my roads back. I am so annoyed at you right now. I don't know what to do about that. I mean, I can cancel it and just enjoy a windfall, but I don't think that's exactly how I want to play that. I did, I assigned a couple of clear outs thinking that we'd got maximum range on this command center. So it may be that I can just build a pylon and a mine up there, but clearly the prize is down here. It looks like my residential areas are coming back online. Ah, it's because my smokestack's back up. So what's going to be great is once the factory actually gets cleaned up, in addition to all the conversion centers that we've built, it's going to have... Is there any... Oh, that's a road. Okay, I feel kind of dumb doing this, but... More energy plants. Even more energy plants. I hope I remember where I put all these. Okay. I think that's how I had it. I hope that's how I had it. This thing should be good for launch once the items are in place. I'm a little worried by the fact that we have fewer workers working than we did when the place was like really efficient. But it's not insurmountable. It feels a little silly to build this road because, again, like, isotopes are not really a priority right now, but I figure it's better than waiting for the alternative. Once I get this thing online, though, I'm gonna have a very good day. All right, are you actually ready to go? Yes, you are. All right. So, I mean, it would be nice to get the Forgotten Hornet up and ready to go, but it seems to me that Angry Rhea is, like, it's the difference between having a slightly damaged ship ready to go in the fight and a you know, and having an entirely new ship available when you need it. So I'm gonna opt for repairing the one that didn't have it. What? Oh Jesus! We gotta get the we gotta get those things armed as fast as possible. We'll survive it, but this is gonna suck. Okay. Pull our guys back until they commit to something. Fuel turbine. Ooh, that's gonna sting. Ugh. The thing I'm scared about with that fuel turbine is just if that thing goes up, it could mean a lot of conversion centers go with it. And I suspect the workers are not going to be all that speedy when it comes to getting where they need to go. I think I can live with the residential areas getting banged up a bit. Ooh, that looks nerve-wracking. Okay, I'm gonna get you to fly into the middle of the fray. I'm gonna get the Ashen Python to run after the other bad guys. Forgotten Hornet says that they're short on Zenthine. I think now is a good time for us to burrow. So this is gonna suck for this road, but fortunately I have a little redundant. Oh, great! The roads go under too. This guy's mostly just doing this so that he can get his fuel back. What in heaven's name is going on with your energy? Ah, okay. That makes sense. So gotta keep an eye on who's taking damage, but I think we'll be okay. Forgotten Hornet is not okay. So yeah, I just gotta buy some people some time, and then we'll get the heavy guns in. I'm not 100% sure that turret's going to carry the day. I think we'll just have to accept that residential gets lost. It's got 2 ships attacking it. Forgotten Hornet's definitely looking worse for wear. Make our move. That thing's done. Are you, like, ready to go, or are you a liar? Life support required, not in. Unbelievable. I don't even know. I got nothing to say to that. Okay. So Forgotten Hornet's in trouble. These guys got to get to a fuel source. Well, my guy's holding their own. Let's see if we can get them to chase us back to... Oh, you know what? We could afford a lot more... No, we're refreshing the... So I want to see if I can get this guy to come after us. Aha. I'm trying to pull him into turret range. Looks like the bait's working. So again, we're going to be paying a pretty high price, and unfortunately, my infrastructure's really hammered. But okay, I think we are. Yeah, we're in a good place now. Thank heavens. Okay, so more upgrades. Cancel the alarm. We need everybody we can get. Let's do a repair. So I'm most worried about the roads, because as you can see, it's the minerals that got hit the worst. And it's always a bit of a drag to figure out what's going on here. Oh, right, my energy plant. It's always a bit of a drag to try and find the ships again. The Ashen Python actually did a pretty solid job. Okay, so let's find out what the hell's going on with this ship. Okay, so let's just spike all the crew, get these guys coming back. We'll dismantle the large lasers, seeing as that seemed to be something that triggered some difficulty last time. Maybe I want to do that to the generator too. You know what? Let's cancel that. Oh, you know what? I can't cancel something like that. Okay. But yeah, let's see what happens. See what happens when I get new employees. And you know what? This has had enough time to try and get its act together. So at this point, I think we need to get our ships in place and upgraded rather than. Okay, so we'll speed this up to see what happens when removing this item. Alright, they kind of seem to be stuck in this really horrible little loop, so anything that's damaged I'm just going to pull out and I'll replace it with a new one. So it looks like you get the full value of the item back. That's encouraging. Although I really can't explain why they refuse to work if it seems that something's damaged. It used to be the case that they would. It used to be the case that they would actually repair it. But now that I know it's a thing, I can sort of speed up the rate at which people are back in action. Okay, so hopefully this is a simple oh, this is not going to be a simple repair job. This is almost certainly going to involve me. Oh boy. I suppose I'm to blame for this. Oh, this is encouraging. We've got idle employees now. Hopefully that means that we'll get some garbage dealt with. And apparently I can't convert. That upsets me. Okay, so our max distance for these guys without any real evidence about where the bad guys are hiding. This will give me access to more isotopes. However, there is a question in terms of how I can connect it to the road network. I mean, there's stuff I can do for sure, but it's going to be a very tangled way of getting there. It's also very hard to see the enemies coming from this area. I think it might make sense for me to just keep investigating to the south. And then maybe we turn our attention to this side of the map. The reason I say that is there's like a huge lake here, so the base would have to be in a pretty narrow spot, which is not impossible. I kind of want to take my chances with something I know. We might also get some intel in terms of this lower area from this center, speaking of. It's already a priority. Okay, so I think this is a large generator if memory serves. Other than that, I think this place is ready to go. It says life support required, but that's assuming... I'm assuming that's because there's currently no power for this thing. This one is probably more of a conundrum. Oh, no, it's not. Actually, the repairs are going pretty well. If I am lucky, I won't need to mess around with the details. I'd actually particularly like that. Oh, no, hang on. Yeah. Well, that's fine. I mean, we're missing a battery. I'll make my life slightly easier by putting one here. People can walk around it a little more easily, and hopefully those resources won't spend too much time on the floor of the ship. What's the deal with you? Okay, you're not a priority. You need to become a priority. Also sitting on a whole bunch of council influence. Okay, well, there's a couple things I can do council influence wise. This is going to be this is going to be my new mine. Looks like they haven't broken through here yet, though. Okay, so the way I see the roads working here, so mine, storage facility. So it's kind of a snake, but it's as good as I can manage. I'll try and get a few more details in place just so I remember for next session. Okay, so you say you're ready to launch, but are you really? All systems clear, but life support required. Okay, so yes, that's on me. I didn't put the relay down. So if that works, this thing's on its way to being properly repaired. In fact, it's on full repair, but resources on the floor. Okay, you know what? No! Wait, did I just find a way to make an infinite number of... Okay, well, it doesn't matter now. Like, I've already messed it up. That's weird, though, because there were only 2 there, and I might have actually just generated an extra mineral by putting that on the ground. I'm definitely going to have to test that later. Although, while I'm at it, let's get rid of that medical pod, because it's on fire, and it said that it wasn't active anyway. It's odd that the crew is not doing anything to... is not doing anything to repair it. Oh dear. It's got 6 crew members, 4 weapons, 2 energy. Okay, yes. People are doing what they're supposed to. So again, my bad for not not being a little more careful with what buttons I pushed. What's going on in your world? Oh, this is upsetting. Well, at least my roads are back. Oh, wow. Yeah, man, my workers, like, when they're not blocked by waste, these guys get it done. Okay, so put a storage facility here. So double mine, double storage facility. Yeah, this is ready to go. Oh, and do I have my level 3 yet? I do. All right. Welcome to the company. Oh, no. I'm 1 away from what I need to wipe this out. Just shot. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. So remember how I said, yeah, it would be better if I put the command center closer to the spot I can identify? If I'd moved it 1 to the right, that would have been enough. Oh, that's upsetting. All right. What's going to give me the most information? It's probably the most relevant question. Are you actually ready to go? There we go. Okay, this guy's eventually going to be ready, but not quite there yet. Oh, cool. We've actually got another, we've also got another shipyard up and ready to go, so. Good news all around, it looks like. Except for the factory, which is still swimming in filth. And the Forgotten Hornet, which is apparently not generating any fuel. This is actually, so this is a really neat part of the game, which I did not appreciate at all. The fact that your ships depend on Xanthane to function, and the fact that you can have fights over your city where you don't, like, you're going to want to sort of keep the skies clear of pollutants. That is a really neat dynamic where it can be sort of to your disadvantage to go and defend your city, because that's where all of your fuel is not going to be available. That was not something I'd really thought about when I was working on my sort of my plans for defense. But it's a very cool touch. Okay, it says complete, but I don't believe it. Unfortunately, I think I'm at the mercy of the game deciding when they want to make that a priority. I don't even remember which one I was building. I guess I was building the Caracas. So we have the minerals to afford it. I am slightly weirded out that nobody cares about the... Like, we've just abandoned the factory. Like, this is just what our home looks like now. I'm actually also willing to entertain the possibility that we might be constrained as far as our ability to process garbage. I'm not 100% sure on that, but it could be that I've actually hit the limit in terms of my ability to manage that. Okay, looks like they're getting ready to clean up the rebel area, so I guess we've been pretty safe on this side, I feel like. We've usually been able to see the ships move over to attack these, so I don't think it's likely that there are rebel bases sort of waiting over here. I am a little worried about maybe doubling up my efforts by putting a command center down here. But I mean, where else am I going to put it? I think that's probably the more relevant question. You know what? I'm going to split this is going to be so dumb, but I'm splitting the difference. So command center goes here, but my energy pylon's going to go. I'm going to put my energy pylon right there. At some point, I'm also going to take the mineral patches, but again, I want to work out my logistics. So where I'm sort of thinking about this, actually, I can probably get a rough sketch of how this is going to look. Okay, that's out of range. That's good to know, actually. But I figure I can probably take a road sort of that looks like this. We can swing by the isotopes. It's actually possible, given what my territory looks like, with enough expansion, I could actually swing the road around and we wind up connecting it to this highway. It's a really roundabout way of doing it, but it finally gets me past this this sort of choke that I've got here, and the one that was imposed by my earlier decisions. Are you really ready to go? I'd love it if you are. Cool. I can't remember if I had a ship in here or not. Yes, and it is repairing. And fortunately, it's repairing in a way that I don't think I'm going to have to mess around with. Okay, so look, I'll admit, I'm not crazy about the fact that this thing looks damaged, but everybody's behaving the way that they... Nope, no, they're not. One, two, three, four, five. Okay, so who's sitting in the crew pod? And why? Why are you like this, Esh? Hooray! We've got something resembling a navy now. Okay. We're going to be upgrading these power plants for a while. Oh, interesting. Maybe this doesn't count as a base. I'm still gonna get rid of it, but I guess this is where, yeah. Okay, so now, seeing as I'm putting the command center over here, it would make sense for me to put the command center here. Not an energy plant, energy pylon. Speaking of, do I have my... Holy smokes! I've actually got my energy depot, finally. This energy depot will never be built. This is the new... This is the new reality. Okay, it's functioning. It's probably going to stop because we just converted 1 million people. But having converted them, they will be able to move the waste somewhere else. Did I forget to put the pylon down at some point? Probably. Yep, I did. We're definitely going to need to get rid of that waste. But again, it is mildly encouraging that we're doing okay as far as... It is encouraging that we're doing a bit better as far as workers are concerned. At this point, this is really just about building as many military bases as I can before the next special event. By special event, I mean rebel attack. Okay, so let's take a look at the command area. I actually don't mind doing some exploratory expansion out here just because I know I'm potentially going to build a highway sort of through all of this. So let's see, command area. Salvage it. I think I'll put the... So I'm really just thinking about the location for the energy pylon. Oh, this covers everything. Okay, no, well, I don't need to worry about that then. We just, we put the command center down. I could actually even put it on this empty plot. Saves me a lot of effort. Although I guess this would kind of be the limits of, I don't know, this is fine for now. This I do kind of want dealt with rather quickly. Now I am slightly curious. Yeah, so it looks like I can support more of these units. So I guess we'll try the Cathartes this time. And I think I'm going to leave one of these open, just because I've learned my lesson about what happens if you're not able to... what happens if you're not able to move your ships where you need them right away. Oh, we're still buried under garbage in some of our residential areas. I don't get why that smokestack's not running like 24/7, but... Although it's been a while since we've talked to Vern, so what do you got to say, Vern? Oh, Founder, you got those trucks on the road, huh? Solula must be happy about that. But you know, they're a pain in my side. Trucks come with some downsides. A truck on the road produces pollution along the route that it travels. So do me a favor and manage your truck usage wisely, or at least put an air purifier along the roads. I'd say don't use trucks at all, but I don't need Sola getting upset with me. I'm not too popular with them as it is. That reminds me, actually, I should be maybe a little more careful around my residential areas, because we just dealt with all the pollution that comes from our roadways. So we're really looking, I want to be like 5 tiles away from any residential areas. So oof. Yeah, that's not happening.
Extraction complete.
Maybe I just build the air purifiers. Well, I've already got a couple down, so this was supposed to be sort of reserved for residential areas, but can't let that get in the way of progress. Oh, these are all rocks. Okay, well, let's not build the infrastructure. I definitely don't need the isotopes right now, so let's leave that for another time. This energy pylon, on the other hand, I need right away. We'll upgrade you right away. I know I technically don't need it, but I just like being able to have the extra reach. I don't think I'm going to build any more command centers until I see what this lower area looks like. And then I've already got the command center I want over here being constructed. It's 2 rebel camps, but it's a fairly wide area that I might be able to find them in, so... Oh no! Okay. So there are a few considerations with the next rebel attack. We've got a lot of exposed areas, and it's not at all clear where the attack's coming from. I think I said I was gonna. Yeah, at this point we know there's not going to be any ships on their way. Let's do our call to arms. Oh, Jesus, we don't have the... I don't think we have the batteries to be able to... Ooh. Yeah, I'm gonna just... I'll do the call to arms because it's really important that we have people in these turrets right away. This is an inconvenient timing, to say the least. 20 seconds. Well, I mean, we know the attack's coming no matter what. I suppose next best is if we're in a position where... okay, that's valuable information. So I think what I might have to do is an early burrow to protect the... kind of protect the outer reaches. Again, it's a priority for... I wonder if I can... No. Not quite what I wanted to... Oh, hello! Well, that's maybe less surprise. Well, no, actually, that may not be... That may be important information. So we may have a base down here, which this command center will likely identify. I hope we don't need to do the burrow. I'd like to do the burrow as late as possible. Looks like all the turrets are online. In this case, I'm just gonna man the energy plants. I want to try and stop the bleeding as far as... Whoa! That was unexpected. Okay, if they're coming from 4 different locations, it's clear that this doesn't necessarily reflect the location of the bases. Oh, and the game crashed. Okay. I'm going to send and close because I know I've sort of been... I said I was wrapping up, and then it's kind of clear that people were done with me anyway. So I'm sorry for running a little bit later than I think people were planning on, but I don't know. I think it's again. I probably should have said it more. The game. I was given it for promotional purposes, but boy, am I having a great time with it. I mean, you guys already know that I really like Phantom Brigade. It's actually, it was hard for me to sort of pick between the two on here, but, this game is something else. So I think, on Wednesday, hopefully I'm going to be able to wrap up the last little bit of the Rebels. I don't see a situation in which they can successfully take out the base. They might be able to take off some chunks depending on where it all goes. But that's a very different problem than let's say like them completely wiping me out. Now I'm not 100% sure who's online right now. It does look like Night Valian is on, and he's playing Doom. It's actually quite fun to watch him play Doom. I'm just going to take a quick minute here and see if anybody I know is playing something related to this. Oh, nobody's playing Industries? That's a shame. Okay. Well, tell you what, I'm going to leave you all with Night Valian. He was in the chat a little bit earlier. He's a lot of fun to watch. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. I hope you get a chance to try this game, whether you enjoy it during the early access period like I am, or whether you decide to try it when it's fully released. Maybe you want to wait for it to be on Steam. However you do, try it. I do hope you give it a shot, because as you can see, I'm about 2.5 hours past the time I was planning on wrapping up. So all good things must come to an end, though. Please treat Night Valian well, and I will be back. I have a lot to do this weekend now. This is actually really... I made a bad decision by streaming this late. Let's put it that way. But it was worth it. So I'm going to be recording some videos over the weekend. I'm going to try and catch up on some work, and I will be back Monday for I'll be back Monday for Age of Wonders Planetfall, and then I'll try maybe wrapping this round up on Wednesday, and if I can wrap up this round of Industries of Titan, then that means I can probably do Phantom Brigade on Friday, which would be really good because I don't want to spend too much time away from that game. Anyways, something to talk about next week. I hope you all have a good evening, and see you next time.